Didn't realize I didn't have me on screen yet. I thought I was there. Good morning and welcome everyone to day 2 of the Neuromancer Writing Marathon. I'm Shannon, writing under the pen name of S.C. Huston, and I'm the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers and A Curse of Wings and Gems, as well as the Class of Goddesses series. Man, I cannot talk today. I think I need more coffee. I've had one cup, but I probably need to go get some more. Today's theme is the fortune, which is inspired by the number 777. It's a symbol of luck, abundance, and creative alignment. And this stream will run for 777 minutes, which is just under 13 hours. And it's all about diving deep into your project with energy, momentum, maybe a touch of magic, depending on what you're writing. As with yesterday, the same that we did with yesterday's stream is that this is not strictly timed, like those who may be used to my strictly timed sprints I do during the week. But we will be doing hour-long writing sprints with breaks in between, and we'll recharge, celebrate our progress. And over the course of the day, we'll likely fit in, I'm thinking, anywhere between 6 and 10 sprints. I think 10 might be kind of pushing it, but somewhere in that range, depending on how long our breaks go and how the flow works. So whether you're chasing word count or building a world, editing your manuscript, or simply showing up for yourself creatively, this space is for you. And you don't have to be writing to be here. You can use this any way that you want. I will be having everything themed around writing, but you are welcome to use the sprints in whatever productivity that you need. And during the sprints, I do focus on my writing because focus issues, which means I'm not going to be in the chats until the sprint is over. But of course, then I love to be able to catch up with everyone, talk about whatever it is that we're doing, celebrate any wins that we may have. And Jocelyn, hello, good morning. Sprint hopping today. Please feel free to drop any links in the chat. I'm still trying to wake up. So I'm thinking, I'm like, Rita goes this morning. I know Rita usually goes Saturday mornings. I didn't see it pop up on my home screen when I logged into YouTube, but I'm thinking she's probably going somewhere. So yes, please feel free to drop any links. And of course, let me know what you guys might be working on. I am working on the 3rd book in my series, which is A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. Today is my drafting day. Yesterday I did some editing. I edited 3 full chapters, which it's not quite as far as I want to get, but I'm happy that I was able to just concentrate on the editing. And today I'm going to draft. So I have brainstormed this next chapter, but I did this brainstorming like several weeks ago. So I need to go through my notes, and I think I probably will reread like the last chapter to kind of reoriented, is that a word? To orient myself. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. I know how to spell it, but I don't know how to say it right. So I need to think about like where I was at, the headspace I was in the last time I was writing on this draft, so I can get into writing more chapters, which I'm really looking forward to. Any progress is a win. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I definitely agree. I think that the biggest thing is I was just able to concentrate on writing and not, that's the whole thing. That was the whole reason for this marathon, is I'm not going into the day thinking, oh, I got all this admin, because I do have a lot of admin I need to do, but I'm setting aside this time for writing and writing only so that I can feel a little more fulfilled, because writing is the whole reason why I'm doing all of this. So, all the admin I am doing is because of my writing journey that I'm on. So, alrighty. Well, I think it's just you and I at the moment. I mean, I think we have some people hanging out, lurking probably, but since we don't have anything more in the chat, let's go ahead and get started on the first sprint. I will be using this first sprint to go refill my coffee that's empty, wake up a little bit more, and review what I did last time on my draft when I was drafting, and review my notes for this next chapter that I wrote down. So I don't know what my word count will look like for the first sprint, but if you guys use it, you can use it as like kind of getting prepped for the day as well, if that works for you. So add to the stage. 1 hour on the clock. Oh, and I do have questions of the day for this one. So what story element or theme are you feeling most aligned with right now? So you can answer it if you want or not, but find the right tab. And we'll get started for an hour in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on the first sprint. How did you do? Oh, wow, there's quite a few comments. So I spent the first part of that catching up with where I left off the last time I was drafting in the novel, because I went to do some drafting today and looked over my notes, and I read the previous chapter and did some editing. So I did some editing first. And then I looked at my notes for the next chapter, did a little more brainstorming, and then I drafted. And I didn't get very much drafting done. I separate this out in my book, but all together, 345 words. There's my factor of 5. So, yeah. See how you guys did. And left off with Jocelyn saying, any progress is a win, which I agree. Oh, I also did get another cup of coffee. I'm still trying to wake up. Hello, Weaver Words. How are you doing? Hi, says Jocelyn. Haley, hello. Working on the draft of my current romance project today. Nice. Mine's a fantasy romance. Haley, I feel like I know you. Like I've seen you. But I don't know if you've been on my channel before, if it's been a minute. If you've been on the channel before, welcome back. And if this is the first time you're here, welcome to the channel. Laura, hello. 12-hour sprint. Yes, just a little over 12 hours. Well, not a little, just a little under 13 hours because it's 12 hours and 57 minutes, which will be great. This is so perfectly timed. I really need this to finish these chapters by Tuesday. Afternoon, Martin. How's it going? Tabitha, hello. I'm working on revising my debut novel with additional content. Then if I finish that before we're done here, I'll start plotting my Little Mermaid retelling novel. Oh, that's cool. My most recent book, which is a Kickstarter that just ended, was it was not a retelling. It was just inspired by the Little Mermaid. Are you using Hans Christian Andersen's Little Mermaid, or are you doing like a combination? I have to look at my feet when I move them because my cat's laying down here underneath my desk. Because I use a lot from Hans Christian Andersen's original story for my book, and then I took a little bit from the Disney version, or was inspired by different parts. I also use the for like the backstory for my Sea Witch. I took that from Scylla from Greek mythology. So yeah, it'll be nice to have that one ready to go once I finish writing a draft 1 of book 2 in my Sundarian series. It'd be nice to have that one ready to go when I finish writing draft 1 of book 2. So is that like a book 3 then? Or mine's the second book in the series. I'm now working on the third book, but mine are also like the first 3 books are non-linear. They all take place at the same time. They cross over into each other's stories, so it can be read in any order. 3,270 words today. Nice, Martin. How much did I get yesterday? And my stream, I got 2709, but then I was like on the very last paragraph of the last chapter I was editing, 2709, and I did another 41 words. So 2750 is what I did yesterday. Another factor of 5. Wow. Devin, hello, good morning. Just finished the first design brief for fancy formatting for my Kickstarter special editions. Oh, I'm glad you were able to get it done because I know you were working on it yesterday. Hopefully it comes out the way you're envisioning. Good morning. I'll be on and off all day, so I have you on the background. I appreciate that, Morningstar. Thank you so much. It's nice to see so many people here. And good morning, Shannon. Yep. Good morning, Christina. How are you doing? Remember to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take your meds, stretch. I need to take my meds. Show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you. I appreciate that. Haley says 347 words. Nice. 258 words for Laura plus lunch. It's not lunch here yet. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning, but I'm hungry. I finally decided to end my late pledges April 30th. Okay. I mean, it's good if you I've gone back and forth in my head about when to end my late pledges because I still have late pledges enabled. I think I'm going to end it when my fulfillment is done, or like I know like the last thing has been ordered, because I know that probably the last thing that's going to happen in my Kickstarter for fulfillment will be ordering books from Ingram Spark, because I just sent out in the mail yesterday like all the swag. Although except for my my Chaos Lore tier, that's my God tier, and then that has a signed edition of the book. And then there's some people who added on a signed edition of the book. So those will actually be like the last things I send out. But that proof has not, or that formatting, the documents and the cover have not yet been approved by Ingram. I'm waiting on that. So that's probably when I'll end it. But I've thought about, okay, maybe I should end it before that, because if people keep supporting the Kickstarter and like keep getting like books and stuff, I have to keep ordering until the very end, and that could push out the fulfillment. But I haven't had anyone else do a late pledge past that first like 24 hours after my Kickstarter was over. So I don't think it really matters at this point. So, okay, story elements. What story elements or theme are you feeling most aligned with right now? And Jocelyn's question to me is, when you ask story elements, what you mean? I guess I'm thinking along the idea of like characters or plot, like the elements of storytelling. What did I say? Story elements. Yeah, so the elements of storytelling, so which include, plot, character, theme, symbolism, like any of those things that you could have as part of your storytelling. So I think I feel most aligned with my characters for me to answer the question. Right now, the chapter that I'm writing is very much, it's a struggle in my character's head. I'm in the male's point of view. And this book is so interesting to write because both of my main characters are in secret orders. They both now know that the other one's in a secret order. He guessed hers, but she doesn't know what order he's in. But he's actually now in disguise, which I used a lot of the techniques that the shinobis would use to disguise themselves, because shinobis were very good at integrating with the public to persuade people to think a certain way, whatever they were paid for, because a lot of shinobis were paid by certain lords and those who had money. And so I used a lot of those techniques. So he's in disguise. So she knows him, but she doesn't know that that is him. And he's just found out information that his whole mission, the whole reason why he's there, is no longer valid. And he should be leaving to go fulfill his mission where now it's taking place, because he found out it's somewhere else. And which means it's not with her in her group, except that the curse just chose her to be his next bride by chance. And he has to marry her by the end of the lunar cycle or he dies. He doesn't want to marry her because she's Fire Fae and he hates Fire Fae. But it crossed his mind for a brief second, I could kill her. If I killed her, would the curse reset? And then he's like, why am I thinking this? This is terrible. So I think it's really, so I'm really connecting with the character right now. He's a lot of this internal anguish going on. And he has another agent with him. And in the scene I'm writing, he's just now telling the agent, our mission here is incomplete. It's not here. We need to move. And he's about to tell her, this is the part I'm getting to, but I haven't got to yet. He's about to tell her, you need to leave. And she's a good friend of his. They've known each other for a few centuries because they're all immortal. And she's gonna be like, no, I'm staying with you. And he was like, okay, you're going to be committing treason against our order, basically, if you stay. So I'm not going to let that happen. So you need to go. And so I'm getting ready to write this scene. I have it in my head, the dialogue they're saying, and he's going to make her leave because he should be technically going after the mission that he was assigned to. And but he's not going to, because he also has the curse he has to deal with. He doesn't want to die. Plus, he really wants to know what the Fire Fae are doing because he thinks they're trying to rev up for another war. So, yeah. There you go. Weaver words, editing here. Got one chapter done. That sprint. On to the next. Nice. Tabitha says it'll be a combination of both the original story and Disney story. Okay, that's kind of what I did. Since it's a fantasy romance, has to have an HEA, right? Because the original story does not have an HEA, if you didn't know. And I had read all the different fairy tales when I was younger. And I remember I was 12 when we got the notification or announcement, how that happened back then, right? There wasn't social media back then, but that Disney was going to do the Little Mermaid retelling. And I was like, why? It's such a sad story. Not realizing in my head, I was 12 years old, that Disney was going to, make it a commodity that people would want. So they were going to add an HEA to it. So yeah, mine has an HEA as well. But I do are you doing the one thing that I really liked taking is a little known fact that people don't know exists in the original, is that the Little Mermaid, of course, she's not named. She's named the Little Mermaid in the original story. She doesn't have a name. And so the Little Mermaid, when she walks or dances, it's like walking on knives. And so I included that in my story. Are you doing anything like that, or is that like, I don't know what other people's approaches would be, but I thought that was really interesting. It was kind of a fine balance because I had put, in there, of course, it was like she's walking on knives every time she's walking, so she feels the pain of it, and I didn't want it to be like overdone, so I would not include it every single time she was walking. And I remember that, like, one of my alpha readers, when I put in there, that it was like she's walking on knives, one of my alpha readers, like, I don't understand why is she feeling pain when she's walking? And I'm like, okay, we've covered this in previous chapters, but I guess maybe I'm not being consistent enough with it that the reader's going to remember that when she's walking, it feels like she's walking on knives. So I try to put it in there more. And then when I sent it off to my editor said I had it too much in there. So I was like, who do I please here? I ended up leaving it in because I was like, I'd rather it be too much than readers forget that when she's walking, it's painful. But yeah. My sea witch will be my dark goddess, Seraphina. Ooh, love that. So basically, The Little Mermaid retelling is book 1 of my fairy tale retellings. I'm almost finished drafting book 2 of my Sundarian series. Okay, so that's your first book. While book 2 is with beta readers, I want to start writing The Little Mermaid story. Gotcha. So you wrote book 2 first, and now you're working on book 1, which is going to be the first book that's out. I think Devon's writing out of order too. She had, Devin, what did you say? You said it's a 5-book series? I think it's a 5-book series that she's writing, and she wrote the last book first and published it first. Right. I've only had 2 late pledges since ending campaign. Yeah, same. I didn't want the thought of it open, hanging out in the back of my mind. I totally understand that. The Little Mermaid was the first film I ever saw in the cinema. Oh. I don't think I can even remember which was the first film I ever saw in cinema. I bet that was good. I don't think I saw that in cinema, though. There's a Polish movie called The Lure, a retelling of Little Mermaid set in the 80s nightclub. Ooh. Is it in Polish or is it in English? I'd love to see that. Yeah, Disney has a knack for brightening up fairy tales, right? Part of your world. I love that. All right. So yesterday, I did images, puzzle images online on screen. So I was showing some images from yesterday. I think I deleted all of them now because I showed all the ones I made. So like one was like a picture of a fairy holding a donkey tail, and that was fairy tale. So today I thought I would do jokes because I like jokes. So I'm going to put the first joke up. Where am I at? Take this banner off. I didn't make up any of these jokes. I did make up some of the images, but I didn't make up the jokes. So joke number 1, what do you call an author who's well slept and well fed? I'll let that hang out while I go through some of these other comments here. It's been a very long time since I've read the original. I forgot about that aspect. I'll have to go back and reread the original story. Yeah, and you can find it for free online because, it's out of the copyright because, it's in the public domain. That's what they call it. So, yeah, there was quite a bit. Like I had one of my beta readers who she didn't finish reading the book because she said it was too much like Disney's fairy tale. And she actually left a note like that I was going to get sued by Disney because of what I was including. And it talked about, she was making this comment, this final comment was like on the Garden of Souls, right? And I was like, did I get that from Disney? I was like, I don't feel like I got that from Disney. So I went back to the original to read it. And no, that's in the original story. It's just not called the Garden of Souls. But it's I don't know how you say the word. For those who do not know, I'm partially tone deaf, so I can see words, but I can't always figure out how they're supposed to sound. Even if I've heard them, I can't remember it because I don't always tell the difference in sounds. But it's like, it's P-O-L, wait, me, now I forgot what was the spelling. P-O-L-Y-P-I. It's probably not it. Yeah, so polyp, but polypus is it, but I think he does it with an I. So polypi, I think is what he calls it. Yeah, polypi in the original version, or something like that. So it's basically like snotty looking seaweed. That's the way I always envision it in my head. But so I had that and I was like, okay, that came from the original. And she had left in her message as well that like Japan had done a version that was really close to the Disney version too, but they had money to be able to fight against anything that Disney might throw at them or something like that. And so I just, at the end when everything was closed, and I say thank you to all my readers, I said thank you to her. And I said, I'm sorry that you had to worry so much for me, but it sounds like to me that the Japanese version, as well as the Disney version, got much of their source information from the same source I got it from. And I told her about the Hans Christian Andersen story in case if she didn't know about it. But yeah, where did I leave off? It was, this is the next comment, right? Yeah. I think my first was Sleeping Beauty, a re-release. I'm not 90. Well, I'm not 90 either. But I could have seen these in theaters, except that we didn't have money to go to the theaters. So I didn't see any of these. It's in Polish. Definitely not one for the kids, by the way. Okay, thanks. Maybe with English subtitles, I could watch it, but I don't have time to watch a movie. Yep, 5 books and a wrap-up novella. Publish my last book first. Sure, Laura, do you need help across the street? There's a response to that. Yeah. Joke 1, a myth, LOL, or an imposter. So the joke is, what do you call an author who's well slept and well fed? I do have the answer. I'll put up here a second. So book 1 is out now, but I'm revising it because I was originally going to have book 1 be a special edition hardback. So I added some chapters to the original story. Now that I'm switching gears. Oh, that's awesome. I want to do that with my debut novel so bad, but I don't have the time right now. Do you know about Hans Christian Andersen going to stay with Charles Dickens for 6 weeks and not taking the hints to leave? I did hear about that. LOL, poor Hans. No, poor Dickinson. LOL. On the Kickstarter, I want to re-release book 1 with the new content that I've written. Nice. Do you have a Kickstarter? Do you have a pre-launch page? You're welcome to drop the link if you do. Studio Ghibli, The Little Mermaid. I'm not sure how you say that first part, but yeah, that must be it. Hi, Angel Faye Writer. How are you doing? All right, so now the answer to the joke. What do you call an author who's well slept and well fed? A content writer or a content writer. Yeah, it's cheesy. I didn't come up with these jokes. I actually think this might be one that I included in the AuthorTube Writing Conference handout for our attendees. I'll try not to repeat any, and I think that's the only one that's a repeat. Here's one that's not a repeat. What kind of pen can you get from Starbucks? Bad joke. Yes, they're bad jokes. These are all bad, right? These are all writer jokes. Bad writer jokes. So what kind of pen can you get from Starbucks? This will be the last one, then we'll start on to the next. Yeah. Pause. I just clicked over to the next video for the next hour-long sprint. Yes, I do, but I need to revise the banner. It currently is still showing the book 1 special edition. Have you been stealing Richard's jokes? I don't think so. Unless we both took them from the same place. But then they're still not Richard's jokes. Well, I mean, you're welcome to still drop the link if you would like to, Tabitha, but it's totally up to you. All right, so what kind of pen can you get from Starbucks? Nobody's going to chance it. Here's the answer. One that only writes in JavaScript. I thought this one was funny. It's still a bad writer joke, but I think it's funny. Mm-hmm. All right, set up for the next hour-long sprint here. Thanks for laughing, Devin. I think I felt like I was just saying this out into the void. All righty, the next question is up. How do you recharge your creative energy during long writing sessions? I just put some stuff up there like the wine glass and chocolate or Z's sleep, right? Doesn't have to be any of those. It could be whatever it is that you do to recharge. How early do you launch your Kickstarter page before the campaign? So I don't know if there's actually a limit on, I don't think Kickstarter has a limit on how far out you can do it. They suggest at least 6 months because the number of followers you get can be a good indicator of if your campaign is going to be successful. So they say roughly 30% of your followers when you're pre-launch will convert. And so if you know you need like X number of backers and or, monetary value in order to have a successful campaign, then you can kind of gauge that off of it. But at saying that, one thing that I did was that I, told my newsletter, like, hey, follow me on Kickstarter for the pre-launch. Even if you can't support me, if you following me helps me. And it does, because when you go live, if you have a lot of followers, it actually kicks up your Kickstarter in the algorithm. So I would tell my newsletter subscribers, I said it like all over YouTube channels, support the Kickstarter. Even if you can't do it monetarily, support it by following me, because that'll help me in the algorithm when it goes live. And so I don't think I hit 30% as far as conversion of followers to backers. I'll have to go back and look at it. I'm pretty sure it was not 30%, but it was still successful. So I think it depends on what your strategy is. My strategy was to get it kicked up in the algorithm, which is also why I did the early dragon tier, which is only, open for 72 hours, because getting that early notice is really good to get the algorithm going for your Kickstarter campaign. Did I answer that question? I feel like I went like all around and didn't answer it. So I don't think I put mine up there with the idea that it was like 3 or 4 months early, and it ended up being like 10 months early because I kept pushing my Kickstarter off. So I did laugh at that one. Okay, cool. I was just going to get the link to the pre-launch page. Yay, thank you. There is the link. I will have to go click on that. Okay, we'll save this for coming back after the break, or after the sprint, not break. I think my pre-launch was open 2 months before I launched. I joined the Kickstarter for Authors Facebook page. It is so helpful. Yeah, I'm actually on there. Sort of. I mean, I don't really like Facebook. I have gotten death threats. I've gotten other threats. Every time I go on Facebook and do something, I end up getting threats through messaging, through my email. So I just don't do too much on Facebook. It's not going to stop me from doing the things that they threaten. Like I ran some ads as part of a group promo on a group promo. and that I got more threats through my email. I got several threats through my email telling me to stop doing Facebook ads. So, and I don't know who they are. I don't know who these people are. So I don't do a whole lot, but if I'm part of a group promo that's doing ads or whatnot, I'll keep doing it. But otherwise I don't really go on Facebook too often. I started from 0 followers, and it took forever to get to 10 followers. And you can only see a follower count after you surpass 10. Yep. So yeah, it could take a minute. But you're still building your audience too, Devin. So I think the fact that you have a successful Kickstarter campaign and you have a small audience shows to people that you can have a small audience and still do well on Kickstarter. You can still be successful. So, because, and you didn't have like any major events happening, right? Because I had quite a few followers on my Kickstarter campaign, and I hit 10 pretty quickly, but I've also been building my audience for several years. So I think it's amazing what you were able to do and the example you were able to set for other people in our community who may not have been able to build their community up yet because they're just still getting started. So yeah, I think it was great. I think you did awesome. All right, let's go ahead and get into the next sprint. For anybody who has to leave out, followed. I'm going to go follow too as soon as we start the sprint. So anyone who has to leave out before we come back from the hour-long sprint, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. Hello, Nicole.
Hello.
Well, let's start off with you doing your intro. Talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about.
Well, I'm here with coffee. It's very important because
Yes.
it's 7:30 a.m. here.
Oh, no.
I just jumped on. I woke up at 7. I was like, I'm not really doing anything, so let's just hang out with friends and be productive. Because I am a booktuber and author. I'm planning to edit some of my videos that have been sitting. Oopsie. I've just been tired. But this is a great spot to just get some stuff done for the author and the bookish themed YouTube channel. And I have not had any. No, that's a lie. I have recently published. I have recently published under Nicole Brona. That is urban fantasy, and then I haven't published anything for a couple years for Nicole Pierman, but I am going to be publishing a short story by or before April 30th, and that's a historical fiction prequel to A Patriot's Brother. I'm not doing anything writing because that's with the editor.
Yeah.
So I'm just sitting, just waiting.
I got a notification. It says it was an hour ago that you uploaded Let's Chat because my life's very messy right now.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, because I just got your notification about the Celtic file video, and when I looked at it, I was like, this was like 3 weeks ago, or something like that. And I saw your comment when you said, well, you post a lot of videos, maybe that.
Yeah.
That's why I get a lot of notifications, but there's some that just take forever to come through. So yeah, I've got that video pulled up to watch. I don't always get a chance to comment, but I do watch everything.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that one was it's not great news, but everyone has been saying, "Are you okay?" Because I look like I'm tired. I am very tired, and I sound very tired. I know that, but it's just that the first 2 weeks of April, I was. They were saying I might lose my job, and they couldn't tell me when. So, but then I got it. But then bad news happened, so that's why I'm so tired.
Yeah, I understand.
So, yeah, but
are you okay on the work front?
I am, but then we got bad news from the other husband. I'm just gonna drink coffee and not say anything, and we're just gonna do work.
No Irish alcohol in there, right? No.
No, not too much of a drinker.
Yeah, me neither. Only because it doesn't affect me. Like, I have to like drink like several different types of alcohol like really, really quick in order to start feeling something from it. So I don't know if that's linked to the red hedging. I'm not this red. I use a shampoo. I have a lot of blonde too that gets covered up, but I do have red hair. Not this red, just but yeah, the red hedging's, linked to like faster metabolization of medicine. And I was like, I wonder if that has to do with alcohol too. They've never said that. They haven't said that in the research, but it's like, it takes me a lot to really get, and I have to drink a lot of calories just to feel a buzz. And I'm like, I don't want to drink all these empty calories just to get a buzz. I'd rather eat chocolate.
Oh yeah.
But alrighty, well, we've got a lot of chat here, so let me catch up. And as far as like my progress, I did, and I am writing because I've been doing all admin stuff for like the last few weeks. I've not gotten any writing in, so I thought I need days where I'm like, this is writing. I know you have admin, but you're not doing it. You're just going to do writing. So
yes.
Altogether, I finished up a chapter I was drafting, and I started brainstorming the next chapter. Altogether was 1,241 words. Again, high word count because when I draft, everything is verbal, like just vomit. It's verbal vomit. So I can get a lot of words. If I'm typing, I don't get that many words. So, all right, catch up with where we left off. So Angel answered the question that we have up here. So how do you recharge your creative energy during long writing sessions? And so I put glass of wine, chocolate, or Z's. For me, it's chocolate. I love chocolate. So I have a whole bag of dark chocolate Dove, like little candy, whatever you call it, chocolate things over here. So that's what I usually take a break and eat some of that. Devin says, I think my pre-launch was open 2 months before I launched. Martin was asking how long do we put a pre-launch page up for Kickstarter? And so she had said that hers was up for 2 months. And then Tabitha did put up her Kickstarter link as well. I think I probably covered this already, but because I was coming back to answer to But I did go and follow. I was your 30th follower on your Kickstarter. She writes fantasy romance, and it's a Little Mermaid retelling with a mix from the classic and the movie. And Devin had mentioned this, which is true, that if you start when you first have your pre-launch page up, it doesn't show any followers until you hit 10, the number 10 followers, and then it starts showing the followers there. So she followed. Devin said, "Yay, thank you." Martin says, "My plan is to do a small goal and hope to hit it quickly, and hope the Kickstarter gets my book in front of new people." And there are people who live on the platform, and you'll be able to tell right away, because like I look at who's backing me, and Kickstarter gamifies it a little bit by giving you different levels of what type of backer you are once you back so many different projects. And I think some of the numbers of how many you back is also based off of the dollar amount. So like if you back a whole bunch of projects at $1, you're not going to hit those tiers of those, like, the gamification of it, getting what is that called? The titles, like super backer or something like that, I think is one of them. Yeah, there are people that live there. So like someone backed me on my Kickstarter, this last one, and I don't remember what the number was, but it was like 300 or 400 Kickstarters they've backed. And I'm like, yep, this is someone who lives on the platform, because I didn't know them. They're not from my newsletter list. They're not from YouTube. So they found me because they live on the platform. So yeah, there's definitely an audience there. And I think starting with a small goal is good. I wish I would have been smarter. I did so much for my first Kickstarter. I was so stressed out. I had major burnout that year. And I think starting small is smart, to be honest. Have you ever thought about doing a Kickstarter, Nicole?
That's too much stress and pressure.
Yeah, that's a lot right now for you. I would say probably the least stressful thing you could do as a Kickstarter is take, like, if you have a series, to make it into a box set or an omnibus, do a special edition omnibus, because it's already done. You don't have to do any writing. You just have to get, the cover, this special cover made for it, whatever it is that you want it to look like. And you're just formatting those files, and you could do it as small as like a $500 goal. That was what I told myself I should do. And I thought about doing that with my Clash of Goddesses series, making that into an omnibus, which I did for platforms, retailer platforms. But then I just thought I really didn't find it's hard to find an audience who's looking for Irish mythology, especially if it's in an epic fantasy setting. There's a lot more audience growing now for Irish mythology set in contemporary settings. So, which I have Danu's Curse. I was looking for it just a second ago when you were talking about your books, but I think it might be on another bookshelf. I have several bookshelves now of AuthorTuber books. I used to just have one, and I just looked there and grab it, but yeah. Mm-hmm. So I think almost all of the books I buy now are either AuthorTubers or Kickstarter books. So those are the two that I get in physical format.
Yeah, I just had someone read Danu's Curse and give it 5 stars. I'm like, thank you so much. That has not had much for a while. Yeah. It goes in spurts for my under Nicole Pierman. Yeah. Like, and I can't pinpoint exactly how those spurts go, but sometimes it's always A Patriot's Tale and then it drops. And then it's sometimes always Danu's Curse and it drops. I'm like, I don't care. You just have fun. Have fun. However you're finding me. Yeah. But it's never like multiple at the same time.
Yeah, I had that a couple months ago. I sell, like, from my trilogy, my Irish trilogy, I sell a book or 2 or 3 every other month or so. It's not very much, like $5 at a time, basically. But like 2 months ago, I had all the books were bought by someone, or I don't know if the same person. And then the last 2 books, so not the first one, was also someone bought them. And I also have journals made for all the book covers because I made all the book covers. And someone bought the journals. And I was like, wow, someone was really into my book this month. I made a lot of money that month. So, but I haven't had a month like that for a while, not since I first published my series. So, yeah. I wonder if it's the same month, like when you saw your last increase in sales for your
it was just this month.
Oh, no, it's a couple months ago. Okay.
Yeah.
And in case you guys want to know anything more about Nicole, she does have a YouTube channel where she does mostly booktube stuff. But we did also have her on the podcast just recently, this season. Right? Yeah, it was this season 6. And which we got to talk about her different pen names. And I think I actually titled the podcast something about what they don't tell you about pen names or something like that, because we learned a lot from you about how to pick your pen name because of something that Nicole went through when she picked her first pen name for her next series and found out that it belonged to an author who was already quite prolific and a different genre, right? If I remember right. So
Dark mafia romance,
Dark mafia romance,
not urban fantasy. She took over, and that good for you, Nicole Fox. She took over, and I don't know how I missed that, but yeah, when you have something that has, and I'm pretty sure she is self-published, but when you have 5,000 reviews on basically all of your books,
yeah,
5,000 plus reviews, you can't compete. So you better just change your pen name. That happened to me.
and that happened like within the hours leading up to the release of your first book under your new pen name, right? Isn't that what you said? Yeah. So lessons learned. And then Nicole gave some great advice in that episode about how to go about picking out a pen name, just from the process that she went through, working with, it was someone who was working with you from Best Page Forward, right? From Brian Cohen's company.
Yeah, Ches. She's no longer there, but we're still friends. But it's basically how they do it. And plus I'm what they call a wizard, so I volunteer. I'm a wizard, Harry. I'm not paid, I volunteer, but I just have so much stuff in my head, and they have a lot of posts and all that stuff. So I'm a wizard that I help answer questions, all that stuff, because
Nice.
I've got the stuff.
Yeah.
But I did not have the pen name stuff, so I had to get help from Chess, and she's like, "Oh, sweetie, we need to fix this right now." And that's how that happened. But now I have it in my noggin, so look, now you know lessons learned, right?
Yep. And she shared that knowledge with the podcast. So if you're interested in coming up with a pen name, some great information I think that Nicole shared with us from what she learned. So Tom says first timer, welcome. I know this was a little while ago. It was like an hour ago when he joined. And Tom, I know Tom from Dale L. Roberts community. So welcome here. And he was asking what this was all about. Joanne came in. So hello, what are you guys working on today? I'm drafting today in my third book. I'm working on my new book, The Guardians. Ooh. What genre is it, Tom? Is that the genre you write in? I'm trying to remember what you write. Tabitha says, I'm both excited and terrified to run this Kickstarter with the way things are right now, but with my shift in direction, I pushed the launch back to July. I did it. I kept pushing mine back to Tabitha, so I think you're going to be fine. I think I put mine up in April of last year, and I thought I was going to go in June. Didn't make it. Then I put out to my audience, I think September, didn't make it. And then I think I said maybe October, that would be the latest, because I felt like from everything I've read that November and December are not good months to do a Kickstarter. But I would say last November and December, I saw lots of Kickstarters happen and they made pretty good money. So I don't know if that is still a true statement. So I thought, okay, well, I'll push it back to January. And I got to January. I was like, no, I'm going to push it back to February. And I thought maybe I'd do around February 14th. And I thought, well, no, I shouldn't do it around a holiday. Even though it's a fantasy romance, I thought, let me just do the end of February. I finally did it. It was, that was like 10 months later when I finally did it. So I think you're fine. And take your time so you don't get overwhelmed with it, because it can be a lot. But I think that that being terrified, yes, I was terrified the first time I ran it. I still had a lot of anxiety with the second one I ran too. So definitely emotions that are normal. And I think you've got this. Tom says, not sure I understand what's going on here. And I was like, it's just writing sprints. And then Tabitha says, I'm working on revising book one of my Sundarian series. I'm adding new chapters to the existing book. And this is the one that she's doing the Kickstarter on, which is the Little Mermaid retelling. Angel says to Joanne, I'm good. Baby is napping. Hoping to continue my fantasy outline. Hopefully you made some progress. Tom says, hi to Tabitha. So good to run into you here. We missed you at Books on the Bay this year. What is Books on the Bay? Tom, don't you live near me? Or am I thinking of someone else? Do you live in Walton? I'm trying to remember. Devin says, BRB, got to rent a store for Easter things. Hey, Tom. Yeah, I wasn't finished with book 2, so I skipped out this year. You mean sprints, like to see who gets first or how many words they write in a particular time? I'm sorry, I'm so dense that I don't get it. And I apologize. I think in my mind that people know what writing sprints are. So I just said, it's just writing sprints, thinking that you know what it is, and then realize that, this is not something that everybody knows. So I apologize. But Tabitha explained it's how many words you can write in an hour's time. Thanks. You're welcome. And then am I allowed to use dictation, or it must be typed? And to be honest, you can use this time however you want and however you want to get words in. And I dictate my drafting. So when I revise and edit, I'm on the page because I'm a very slow typer. But revising and drafting is much harder to do, I think, in dictation. I don't know if you've noticed that, or if that's a thing for you as well, Tom, if you do dictation for revising and editing. But you can do it however you want. You can use whatever method you normally use. And I was like, thanks, Tabitha, for jumping in and helping out, because I don't think I was much help in the beginning. Thank you both. And Deidre came in. Hello. Are you working on anything, Deidre? Good morning, says Tabitha. Rita, hi. I'm happy Numeromancer. It's my own name and I can't say it. Streaming at the moment, but want to make sure I popped in and said hello. Does anyone have a link to Rita? I don't know if Rita's still here. I looked for yours and it didn't show up on my homepage, but I probably subbed to too many people, I think. So I'll have to go find her and say hello. Author L. Hollingsworth, good morning. How are you? Nicole just jumped in, got up from bed, heading your way soon. I appreciate being here. Hi, everyone. How are you all doing? Awesome. Doing great. Benedict, hello. Hi, popping by. Say hello between cleaning and Easter celebrations. I don't know if I said your name right. And I feel like you're new to me. If you are, welcome. But if you've been here before, welcome back. Morgan also popped in. Wow, a lot of people came in. Now there are 2 of you. Yes, there are. Anyone's welcome to join us on screen. If you want to come on screen, I dropped links into 2 different Discord groups with author tubers. I also sent some through Instagram to people I know. If you did not get access to the links in some way, but you want to come on, let me know. I will send you the links. I'm completely open. You can come on for any amount of time. You can come on for one sprint. Talk about whatever it is you have going on. Let us know what's going on with you so that we, have a chance to find out more about other people in the author tube community, which I love. Dega, hello, good morning. Tabitha, yay, thank you. I returned to my old urban romantasy series. I started 2.5 years ago. I'm working on the outline of book 1, Project Wing, and the series called Mystic's Rest. I know that we asked you in the rapid fire questions during our podcast if you were a planner, pantser, or plantser, and I don't remember what you said. Nicole, are you a planner? Do you outline?
I am an intuitive discovery writer who is also a phoenix.
That's right. We talked about that. We talked about the phoenix. Now it's coming back to me. Yes. So I've never heard of the term phoenix before, but Nicole does talk about that on the podcast. So I'm an intuitive discovery writer as well. I've tried to outline. It just doesn't work for me.
No, I tried, and then I learned a lot last year, and I can publish 2 books a year, and there were a bunch of people, they're more type A, let's just go with, organizing every single detail, which is not me. They were saying, and they were also successful. They were saying, you need to do this, this, and that. And one of them would be outlining. I'm like, okay, well, that's fine, because I have Clifton strengths. I have a learner input in my top 10. And so I do like to learn things. And so I was doing all that, and I was trying really hard to outline, and I got myself stuck in a rut because that's not how I work.
Yeah.
And then I found Becca Syme, and I read her book, Dear Writer, Are You Intuitive? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm not broken.
Yeah.
And it's okay. I don't need to do everything like organized, and I just can do what I can, because I'm already writing 2 books, and it is true. Like, some people are not going to be writing 5 books a year. That doesn't mean that you're broken. That just means that you're not someone that writes 5 books a year. Right. Yeah. And if you try it and it doesn't work, then that's just not you, and that's fine. But I was saying, no, I was being told, oh no, you definitely can if you do it the right way. So that's the difference, right? From you have to do it like this because I can do it, versus Becca Syme is saying you need to just like work out who you are and how you write, and that's okay, and you're not broken. And that was great to hear, because you don't really hear that a lot.
Right. You don't. Yeah, because people who plan and outline, they're very much in that camp that that's the best way to do it, and that's the only way to do it to really be successful. I've heard that quite a few times. But what was I thinking? Oh no. So if you guys didn't know, Clifton Strengths, that's also that's not a Becca Syme thing, but it's something that she does. So if you go to her YouTube channel, you can find out more about that. I'm also an input learner, intellection, achiever, and futuristic. Those are my top 5.
Oh yeah, you did it. That's good. Let me see. My top 5: empathy, intellection, relator, context, adaptability, and then number 6 is learner.
So we've got 2 things we cross on that. So yeah,
we're special.
Yes,
we're twins. We're actually twins.
There we go. Yep. Just I'm on the author tube side, you're on the booktube side. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
So Angel is telling us a little bit about her story. 6 best friends survived a lightning strike that struck the bar one night, and they were hanging out, and they survived to talk about it. Mysterious stuff starts to happen around them, old secrets coming out to the surface, and loves they never imagined having in their lives. It sounds interesting. Did they get like special powers? Get struck by lightning, get powers. Haley got 412 words in that time, got lost on Pinterest. Going to switch over to getting caught up on some school stuff now. Sounds like a good plan. My pre-launch has been up for 3 months so far, but it's a volume 1 titled Rise of the Dark Goddess. It's an omnibus books of 1 and 2 of my Sundarian series. Omnibus seem to do really, really well on Kickstarter, especially if you're doing like, a special edition, which I just got in. I don't know if you guys can see it. So I decided to do it's Painted Wings is the name of the company, colored printed edges. So I went through a company to pay for that because sprayed edges, I tried to do sprayed edges myself, couldn't do it. It just was not working. And it's really expensive to have it done by other people. You can find people on Etsy who can do it, but you have to send them your books and then they send your books back to you, or I think some of them will send them out to your readers. But then you don't get to see it. And then Book Vault does sprayed edges, but you have to get it from the UK facility, which now you're paying for shipping from there. So I went through them and I just got my first copy in of A Curse of Scales and Feathers. I got it with the printed edges on there, so you can see the difference. I did it for the Kickstarter book, but I don't have that one in yet. This is just the grayscale one, but I have the painted edges for that one. That's a different color coming in still.
That's nice.
But yeah, so I like it. So yeah. It will give a deeper dive into Seraphina's turn from a loving goddess into a dark goddess. So it's like a dark fantasy romance. Yeah, I think that's what you said. Yeah. Joanne says, doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Just about to dive into revisions for another chapter of Project Sugar and Spice. What about you? I'm doing pretty okay. Still struggling post-COVID. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. So writing is going extremely slow. At least you're getting some words in. So celebrate the wins, even if they're small. But I'm still progressing, so that's good. My first chapter is almost finished. Nice. That sounds fun to Tabitha. All the best with the outline. You got this. There's Rita's stream. I did pull it up into another tab, so I'm going to go say hello once we go on to the next sprint. Thank you, Joanne. It's opening up a new direction for this series for sure. I think I got, there's one more that just came through. I have a question about your Kickstarter. I want to choose the summer pledge. I noticed there's some add-ons with the choice. Do I need to choose that during the add-on choices? So the summer pledge will come with certain things, and then you can add on anything else that you want that's there. I don't know if I'm making myself clear on that or not. Hold on, let me go to summer. I know is all digital. And I'm assuming, if I remember right, summer is with ebook of your choice between the two that are there. The ebook for A Curse of Wings and Gems. And let's see, what else comes with it? And then the digital illustration of Emmy and Edmar dancing, the digital map, and the digital bookmark, and a digital version of the dragon that is from the book. So that's what it comes with. So you don't have to add on anything else if that's all you want. But there are other things you can add on to. There's optional things that you can add on to it. I try to make it where you can add on physical products too, but I think it doesn't show that you can do that. Yeah, it's not giving you the ability to add anything physical on, which I don't know why. Because I tried to choose the right settings, but it's still defaulted to, if it's a digital only tier, you can only do digital products for some reason. So I don't know if I answered the question or not. I did answer the question that's down below on the last one, I believe, right? What is the question? How do you recharge your creative? Yeah, chocolate. I recharge my creative energy using, I eat some chocolate. Do you have a way that you recharge your creative energy, Nicole, after a long writing session?
Water. I just had a frog in my throat. Water, coffee, a nap, maybe a walk. It depends how long I've been going. Because sometimes, with or without the Adderall, I could go for like 5 hours, and then I stand up, I'm like, what did I do to myself?
I do that too. All right. So yesterday I did like image puzzles, like I had a picture of a fairy holding a donkey's tail, and that was fairy tale. So today I decided to do, because I went through all of them. Today I decided to do jokes. I've already done 2 of the jokes, and I didn't make these jokes up, but they are corny jokes. They're all writer jokes. So what do you call a writer who doesn't follow the rules of sentence structure? And anyways, even if you guys don't know, it's all right. You don't have to say anything. But
I don't know.
And then I see your comment, Tabitha, says you have to choose a physical tier to be able to have physical add-ons, as far as I know. Yeah, when you set up your tiers and you're putting your products in each, which item that you're putting into your tier, after that, you can choose to say that it's digital only, that is physical only, physical goods only, or it's digital and physical goods. And you can click on one of the, it's a radio button, I believe. So you click on one of those. And I chose digital and physical goods for all of them. So that way it would have the field because if you hit for physical goods, it populates the field for the backer to fill out their address so that you know where to send the physical goods to. And I made sure I did that for all my digital tiers, but for some reason it didn't give that option to my physical tier backers. Not physical, digital tier backers. So yeah, I don't know why they even give you that option. If you're only adding digital stuff, why give you the option to say that it's physical and digital if they can't add digital or physical stuff to a digital tier? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Thanks. I'll choose one novella later and the other novella as an add-on. Okay, great. Also, I would tell you that the novella, if you go down to the very bottom of my Kickstarter page, I put there that one of the novellas, The Florist Budding Desire, has 2 different book covers. So there's one that I designed, and then I hired a book cover designer to do it, and they kind of copied my design. It's not one for one. It's not exactly the same, but they kind of just copied it, and I liked mine better, but I gave the offering to everybody to tell me which book cover they actually want, if they want mine or they want the book cover designer's company cover. So just let me know on that as well, which when you put your order in, I will ask you if it's so if you choose it doesn't matter what you choose. I still have to ask you the question. I was trying to think if it was automatic, but it's not. So all right, answer to the joke. A rebel without a clause. So I told you they're kind of cheesy jokes.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that.
Yeah. What book would Optimus Prime write? And if you don't know who Optimus Prime is, he's a Transformer.
Cyberpunk. That wouldn't be a joke, though. I'm not funny today. It's still before 8 a.m.
You're like, I'm not working yet. Hi, CJ. More thesis work for me today. Hope you're well. Doing well. Yeah. All right. The answer is an autobiography.
No.
Told you, cheesy jokes. They're cheesy jokes. So, all righty. We're going to go ahead and get ready to go into our 3rd sprint of the morning. Find the right button. Do you have another question of the day? If you want to answer, you don't have to. Which scene are you most excited to write today and why? I'm actually getting to the scene that I'm most excited to write today. And the reason why is because this scene appears in another book in the series, because the first 3 books, they overlap each other. So you can read them in any order, but there's overlapping. And this scene was one of the first ones that, for me, I laughed at. But, I don't know that everyone thinks I'm funny, but I laughed at part of it. So I just have to decide whose point of view am I going to write it from? Because in the previous book, it's from a brother, and he's talking to a brother through a magical mirror, basically. And then the female protagonist from that book, which is the book I'm now writing, it comes onto screen. So I'm like, do I do it from her point of view or do I do it from his point of view? I'm still trying to decide that. I was trying to decide that right as the last sprint ended. So I was doing some verbal brainstorming, like, okay, if I do it from his point of view, this is what it's going to look like. If I do it from her point of view, this is what it looks like. So I've got to figure it out. But I'm most excited to write this scene because I always thought it was funny. So yeah. Speaking of covers, I have a question. I have a new cover for book 1. Hold on, I got to get back to the right tab here. Will Amazon allow me to upload the new cover as a new book, even though the interior will be identical to the book on there now? I don't want to lie to you. I think, yes, you can. You can change the book cover without having to change out the edition. But if you change stuff inside of it, and if it's more than 10% of a change, then you have to change it's a different edition at this point, and it has to have a new ISBN, whether you provide the ISBN or you take Amazon's. I think changing just a cover does not automatically trigger anything. You're allowed to do that, I believe. I think I'm right.
Yeah, you don't need to do. There's nothing wrong if you have to upload the cover. There are a bunch of people that have changed their covers like 5, 6 times, nothing happens. That doesn't count to Amazon. But if you change about 10% within, then yeah, it's a new edition. But yeah, I don't. I've seen some people say that a new cover means a new edition. That's not accurate for indies on Amazon. It could be for traditional publishing, but that's not accurate for Amazon publishing. So you can change your cover like 7 times. They don't care.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I remembered. So thank you for adding what your knowledge to it. So, how's your third book coming? It's great. I love writing. I have been looking forward to writing this third book. I really wanted to write it second, but I don't know why I had in my mind that I had to write the second book second. So I'm looking forward to it. Once I update the interior of the current book. Yeah. So if you update the interior, then I like Nicole said, if it's 10% or more, then usually they want you to do a new edition with a new ISBN. You can change book cover on Amazon. I also did it a month ago. The interiors stay the same. There you go. We have someone who's got a little bit of what am I trying to say? Experience with it. So, okay, let's go ahead and go into our next sprint. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll do an hour, 60 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, go back. And that is time. How did you guys do? You can go ahead and say if you want, Nicole.
I was just looking at my hair. Oh my gosh, with the frizz today. I don't even know. I did mainly administrative stuff. And the video that I'm editing, it's 25 minutes long, so that's probably going to be quite some time. I've edited 2.5 minutes. Anyone who does long-ish or long content, you're gonna be like, oh, I feel for you.
Yeah. I think the long content I do now is the podcast, which I'm not adding any like B-roll or anything like that. Which I don't think you don't do a lot of B-roll, do you?
No, I don't do that. Yeah, I just sit in
still
front.
A lot.
Yeah, I just sit in front of my bookcase and talk, but that's a lot because I have multiple speech impediments and I stutter, and then I have like just people revving up their trucks. I'm like,
lovely.
Yeah.
So I did all brainstorming for my next chapter on that one. I think I've almost got in my mind what I'm going to do, but just for brainstorming words, again, this is all speech to text as 1,287 words. So hopefully I can start drafting on the next one. We got quite a few comments here. So let me go back. I think we were leaving off here where we were talking about changing book covers. And if you had to change it, if it's like a new book, but if you change just the book cover from what we know, you don't have to change the ISBN or anything like that. Don't forget that I do my own book covers. Nice. Save some money that way. Hi, Andy. How's it going? Hiya. And I did stop over in Rita's stream and said hello. And then I got the notification for Michael Laurent's stream, Power Hours, also going. I think he's in his last sprint. And I had meant to drop it into our chat, like, hey, Michael Laurent's also sprinting, just started. And I put it into Rita's by mistake. And I realized, oh, that's not mine. So I had to come over to ours and drop it in. Tabitha says, I wanted the new cover to be available for people to buy if they're wanting a discreet cover, since I write spicy books. Yeah, I've heard that a lot of people really appreciate that. The cover you saw on my Kickstarter banner is the discreet cover I'm going to be using. Nice. I changed 3 times my book cover. I made my book covers for my Irish trilogy, but it took so much time for me to make those. I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to be doing that again. Did I just say that one? I also want the original cover to also be available for people to buy as well if they're wanting to. Are you saying that you also want them to be able to buy it on your Kickstarter? Because I did that like with my novella. I have my novella on my Kickstarter. It has 2 different covers, one that I made and one that the company made. So, and I left it open for people to choose which one they want. But I think it would have been easier if I had made it like their own items. But my first tier was just one novella of your choice. And so I had to, send the survey out and ask them which novella did they want. And I still don't have the survey back from a good handful of people to know which one they want. So, and there is the link for Michael Laurent. Mama Maggie, hello, good morning. Hey, Mama from Angel, hellos. It's not a specific scene I'm looking forward to writing, but instead finishing my first chapter, my first book in the series, it took quite a long time to write. Hopefully you were able to make some progress. And Deshalay, hello, marathon time. Let's rock and roll. Good morning, chat. Good morning. How are you? Are you working on anything? JL, hello all. How's your day going so far? It's good. Just sat down with my coffee and laptop and ready to get some editing done. Nice. Today I am drafting. I was editing yesterday and I'll probably be editing Sunday and Monday, but today I'm drafting. Also, this video by Jerry Jenkins, Manuscript Repair Live Editing, was helpful, like a masterclass on how cutting words can add power to your prose. Oh, that's really, yeah. Thank you for sharing the link on that. I do watch some of Jerry Jenkins stuff. I'm partially tone deaf, so his voice is very monotone to me. It may not be the same for other people. So I end up losing a lot of what he says, but I do get some benefit out of watching some of his videos. Okay, time to work. Easter gifts have been purchased, and now I'm home for lunchtime. That sounds yummy. I think I'm hungry. What helps you feel a sense of anticipation about 2 characters becoming romantic? Like where each chapter is like a kiss already? I'm dying of anticipation. What helps you feel a sense of anticipation? I think in the beginning, it's just whenever they interact and like how close they stand to each other. And like to the point where like the first time they might like brush their hands or, you know, fingers or something, like those first like few things that happen. I like that part. Answer to the question. So the question is, it's already wrapped around. Which scene are you most excited to write today and why? Wrong button. There we go. I am most excited to write the climax negative arc for my new main villain. Still working out how that's going to happen. That's exciting. In my Irish trilogy, I have the Morgan, who was not always necessarily a good figure in the mythologies, depending on which story you're reading. And so she makes some very ambiguous or morally ambiguous choices. And so I really liked writing her arc as well. She was kind of like the villain, but understandable in some ways because of what she was doing. There's a lot of romance in my book, but it's a slow burn, fade to black style. Always curious to hear people's opinions on romantic elements in novels. We just interviewed Elaine Canyon. She just fade to black scenes, but her interview's not going to come out to July 1st. But yeah, she was talking about that, about how when you have fade to black scenes, it really makes you have to build up that tension a lot more, especially leading up to the first kiss. So I thought that was interesting. 150 words for Angel. Nice. I've yet to film any video. I should probably make that a priority. Next week problems. I did some research on colleges. I'm going to be applying in the fall. Congrats. And I made lunch. And good luck for your application process. Devin, I feel that. Hopping around this morning, but need to dash for a while. No worries. SFW covers are a necessity sometimes, safe for work. I haven't seen books that came with an SFW dust cover. Oh, yeah, you could do that. You could do like the dust cover is safe for work, and underneath the case laminate is maybe the spicy cover that you would see on spicy novels. But I know if I'm reading a hardback that has a cover, the cover, I don't know why, but the cover feels like it gets in my way. So the dust jacket. So I end up taking it off.
That's most people. I don't know why they do dust jackets anymore. I prefer it to be printed on the hardcover, like the Emily Wilde book series by Heather Fawcett. Mm-hmm. There's no dust jacket, but it's all what I own is all hardcover, and it's gorgeous. It's printed in, and that I'm pretty sure is what. If you want to do hardcover for Amazon, it's only like imprinted in. And there were some people that were like, oh, why can't? And I'm like, no, that's preferred. Because how many people ruin their dust jackets? Like, it's a pain. Also, then it slides, the slow creep of the dust jackets.
Yeah.
It can't.
And then from the creator side, making the dust jacket and then making the the case laminate cover, it's an extra step and it's extra hard. So I don't know. I did it with my special edition for this current book in that Kickstarter. The special edition has the colored edges, and underneath the dust jacket is dragon scale like print. So yeah, just make it a little bit different. Something that wouldn't sell anywhere else, but. Those books with the dust jackets are the hardest to get through, like approval process with Amazon, or I'm sorry, with Ingram Spark. So, no, on Amazon, my plan is I'll eventually have both covers available on my shop. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So not with the Kickstarter, when I create my website and launch my shop. So on Amazon, you're going to have both covers. I have heard, and I have no experience with this, but I've heard it's hard to publish a book, a duplicate of a book. So like some people do, like they publish their book and then they try to publish a large print version, and they'll have trouble getting that approved through Amazon because it's the same book. So I don't know. I don't know if you've already been able to do this with different covers for the same book on Amazon or not. I suppose if even with large print, you would have a different ISBN because it'd be a different edition.
So yeah, there's a lot of problems right now. I mean, you could try with you could try doing a hardcover with that different cover, and people are getting away with that. But yeah, there's there are a lot of, it's probably because they're bots that are checking stuff for Amazon now, and it is an issue with, they don't want, even if it's a different type, like a large print is different. The bots are saying, no, it's not. And then when you talk to people and when you go to Author Central and all that stuff, they're like, it's duplicate and you have to really fight for it. And we're seeing that a lot in ad school.
Yeah, because I thought about doing the large print, but after I heard that, I was like, okay, I'm not going to worry about trying to do that right now.
Yeah, they need to figure it out with their bots and humans, because there have been books that have been blocked because they're duplicates, and the authors aren't having problems unblocking the books and fighting really hard. But for at least there have been like 2 people that have gone through after a long time, and there's for their particular large print books, and they're saying this is a always make it about the customer. This is a customer focused book for people that need to have a bigger font for their disability, or so on and so forth. So you have to make it all about the like a particular customer. But then I've also heard people do that same thing and they just get a grumpy agent and they say, I don't care. And I'm just like, okay, that's just great. So it also depends on who you're talking to. I've had a lot of people that know way more than the KDP agent, and they'll just hang up and they'll wait a couple hours and then they'll get someone else and they do the opposite that the KDP agent was saying that they can't do. Yeah, so that's also a problem.
I've heard a similar thing, that if you talk to someone, a KDP agent, whether through email or whatever, if you're not getting the answer that you think you know that you should be getting, just wait and then try again and with a different agent.
Yeah, Quinn Ward, who is really they're big in gay romance, so there's problems there from some KDP agents that don't seem to like that off the bat. Quinn has been with Brian Cohen to Amazon, spoke to them in person. They speak to Amazon all the time, and I forget what it was. I don't remember what it was, but Quinn goes on, knows all the things, and that KDP agent was like, well, that's not how we work here, and I'm actually going to take down all of your books since you just admitted, I forget what it was. And Quinn was like, what? No, you're not. No, you're absolutely not. But it's like I think maybe it was like the subtitle, because it said gay romance, and I mean, there's problems obviously, but I mean, there's problems everywhere.
Yeah.
And you do have, like, I know for people that are new, when you're told like by a KDP agent, like, oh, that's how it is, it's not.
No.
You had to do research. They don't know a lot of the time. Yeah. And their biases can come in with specific subgenres like the gay romance with Quinn. And you're not taking my books down. No. And he hung up. Quinn hung up, waited, and 2 hours later, no problem. It's kind of ridiculous. But that is also with other places too. It's not just Amazon, but Amazon's so big that you hear more. But then that's how you just, talk to other people and see how to skirt around these problems.
Okay. Hi, Gwen. Hello. How are you doing? Are you working on anything today? Additionally, it says drafting is going well. Hellos. They tear too. I think that's a reference to the dust jackets. It shouldn't be an issue with a different ISBN, right? I would think the same thing. It shouldn't be an issue, but I think with what Nicole's saying, the bots, they go through the books. And so if they see the same content, whether it's a different ISBN, Amazon is weird about having the same content in different books. The cover images can be set to be different, but the books with the same interior content must be linked by the author. Amazon will deny or link them. I had a book flagged because when I updated the back matter pages of 2 books on the same day, the interior of the second glitched. I fixed it, but the weird part was that the front matter was for the second. I tried to set up the large print separately, and the 2 Amazon reps I talked to both said that readers could just adjust the font on the e-readers and didn't need print books. What? That's like telling them what they're allowed to read between print or ebook. I don't like that. I just released second editions of a series, and I'm going to have to email them to get someone to link the paperback to the ebook I roll. Ooh, and then do you get to keep do you have to also ask about the reviews if you have reviews to have them roll over? Yep, I read that one. Okay, back again. The Easter gifts are hidden. Food is eaten. Going to hang out with the hubs, and then I'll get to writing. Sounds like a plan. Have fun. I'm sewing and cleaning today. I'll be in and out because I'm expecting company. It is that type of weekend. And I have birthday cake because today is Mom Maggie's daughter's birthday. I have to go bake a cake soon. So I got to the end of the comments, and I'll pull this banner down. All right, some more cheesy jokes. Where did I leave off? Okay. What do you call an immaterial fantasy writer? This might be kind of like not most people wouldn't get this one if you're not in the tech world.
Oh no.
Let's see. A non-fungible token.
Oh. Yeah, bring in Tolkien. Yes, that's a good one.
Oh, some good guesses in there. A ghostwriter. Yeah, actually, I had one of the images I had yesterday was a picture of a ghost who was writing, and the answer was ghostwriter. So nothing. All right, let's do another one. Why are writers always cold? Anybody? This is not a tech one, so hopefully. Do you have to think cheesy?
You don't have a soul? No.
They're surrounded by drafts.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not good at this, obviously. I need more coffee. I feel the tiredness behind my eyes.
I probably wouldn't be good at this either if I didn't know the answers. Time of this is because we kill off all our characters.
Accurate.
Yeah. Because we ride alone in a dark room away from the sun.
Yes.
Mom Maggie says there is a bias against printing large print books because of the cost and the difficulty. Well, then why offer it? You know?
Yeah.
All right, let me do I put it there? Go into the next sprint. The funny is that 3 out of 5 books are linked. It's just 2 that are being issued, says Gwen. Oh, there's another comment there. They were also targeting low content books starting about 2 years ago. This is how Hildred H.K. Darkwood, I don't know if I said the name right, lost her notebooks page. Her art is so pretty. I'm sad that I can't order more of hers. I've got some low content books. They're journals with my book covers on there. And I haven't had any trouble with them. I only have the 3, so I don't know if that would make a difference. Because we bleed onto our pages. That's why we're so cold. Alrighty. Oh, the joke is still up there. I thought I took it off. Joke number 6. Where are you at? Have too much back here. There we go. LOL. Yeah. All right. So going into the next sprint, and the new question, if you want to answer, you don't have to, is what role does intuition play in your drafting or revision process? And I think for Nicole and I, it's probably the same. We're intuitive writers, so intuition is a large part of our drafting process. I don't know. Does intuition play into your revising process too?
Yeah, I know what is wrong, but I'm not going to go back. I just write straight through. I don't go back and fix stuff. So I already know what's wrong, but I just need to finish that first draft so everything comes together.
Mm.
And so I have the whole shebang to fix. And yeah, this is why I'm like 90% booktube, because I just do it. I can't even explain. I just know intuitively, yes, for writing and editing, what needs to be fixed. And I can't particularly say why a lot of the time, but then it works out. I'm sure, well, like my friend Thomas J. Beleza, who helped me with Midnight Murders, he could tell what was wrong and then how I fixed it, and then he explained it, and I'm like, yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. I didn't know, but I knew. I just can't explain. Yeah, I write and edit in the dark. It's here. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah. I feel that. All right, we're going to go on to sprint number 4. And anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I'll see you guys on the other side. And Nicole, if you need to leave out anytime, just let me know and you can do your outro before we head into a next sprint or whatever. So.
Oh yeah, I'm still going. My husband's still sleeping.
Okay, sounds good. All right. And everyone else, we'll see you guys on the other side of 60 minutes in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. I would say we've got a Devin with us, if she wants to introduce or do her intro.
Just a quick intro. Hey everyone, my name is Devin. I write fantasy and steampunk with snarky female leads and a splash of romance. And you can find me on YouTube and Instagram for the most part. Oh, and my Kickstarter is still open
for late
pledges.
Yeah. How did you do on that sprint? Are you working on anything?
I am writing. I did get 263 words down. So
nice. Awesome. Nicole, how'd you do? Did you get more editing done on your video?
Yeah, I also had brunch because when people mentioned food, I realized that I was really hungry. So that was half of it. But yeah, I got I'm only 4.5 minutes into my video. I forgot how many trucks were revving up in this book view. It's usually not that many. I don't know what everyone was doing during this time, but yeah, I have to like cut out a lot of stuff. So it's gonna be a while.
Truck rally day or something.
Yeah.
So I continued to do a little bit more brainstorming for my next chapter. That was 301 words. And then I started drafting and I got 682 words. So a total of 983 words altogether. So I'm happy with the progress, especially since I haven't been writing as much as I've been wanting to this year. So I don't have time for videos. Let's see where we left off. Did I mark it? I don't think I did. We talked about a lot of stuff. Ghostwriter. I think it's close to where we left off. Writing Alone in the Dark. Oh, we're talking about the low content books. And because we bleed on our pages, that was... Here it is. I did. Why are you calling us all out like that? Says Mom Maggie. So that was to the jokes that I was putting up. Very bad jokes. So many story seeds and drafts. Yes. We were talking about that yesterday. I have a lot. And Mama Maggie has a lot of story ideas too. Probably never get them all written. So Melissa says, hello, friends. Reporting for duty. I can actually dedicate the time to writing today. Awesome. Rachel, hello. Saying hello to Devin and Nicole as well. Running some errands, but leaving the tab up for watch time. And yes, Devin is on. I have arrived. I have to restart my cake because I dropped the one. Oh, no. On the floor. Shoot me. This is for her daughter's birthday today. So, hugs. I will join once it's out of the oven and cooling. No worries. Take your time. JL says, I'm back. Had to move all my stuff up to the camper so I can work in peace. About to edit a scene where the MC feels a pang of jealousy as another woman pays attention to the male character. This was like 10 minutes ago, so I don't know how far you were able to get into the scene, but hopefully you got a little bit. My cat's like, he was just like scratching his ear and it sounded like someone was like thumping on plastic. The one she swears up and down she isn't going to be with, but it's a fun scene to work on. Yeah. All that you can get a lot of subtext in there with that. But yeah. What was the question? I think I answered. Yeah. What role does intuition play in your drafting or revision process? So I mentioned that intuition is like, I'm kind of an intuitive writer when it comes to drafting. I think revision, though, is a little more logical. I think my first round of revision is on the intuition level, but I've already would have started making, because I do this as I go back through and read stuff before I actually go through the revision process. And I leave notes on my draft, like, you should do this, or think about adding this, or whatever. And then I get more logical where I go and collect all of those comments and put them all into a document and order it like the way I think I want to go through my revisions. But and I know, Nicole, you kind of talked about yours already. Did you have an answer for this one, Devin?
Mine is chaotic. So I title my scenes and they may or may not be order. And I just do the drag feature in Word where you can hold down the title and just move it wherever you need it. It is not organized. There are random notes, random comments, random scenes. And then when I delete scenes, I just copy and paste it into Campfire Writing. And that way I can go back to it later if need be. But
So that's where you collect your scenes at, your deleted scenes.
Yeah.
That makes it nice. As long as nothing happens to Campfire. I always worried about that if it's like an online site.
So it is online, but you can also back it up onto an app on your computer, and then there's an export function as well.
Well, I think you told me about the export before.
Yeah. So
I feel like we've had this conversation.
Yeah, there's ways to save it. And of course, I have my handy dandy thumb drive. Every Friday, I back up everything in the stories folder.
Isn't that funny? It's like everything's chaotic with your writing and whatnot, but you have this schedule that you stick to, which is not chaotic.
Yes.
So it's really cool. Haley says I started a load of laundry and did some more research on colleges. Is there like a college that stands out to you that you'd really like to get into? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. I think I would feel like I would jinx myself if I told anyone where I actually wanted to get into, because I'd be like, oh, I'm going to say it out loud, and now I'm not going to get in. But all right. How about more bad jokes time? See which one I did last. Immaterial, cold. Okay. Where would a writer never want to live? Really bad jokes, y'all. Yeah, I'll put it up there.
I don't know.
Writer's block. Talking about food, what is a writer's favorite breakfast? You can tell this was an English joke.
Mm-hmm.
Or British English.
Oh, almost the epiphany of dad jokes.
Yes, I was thinking that too when I was putting them into the back end here in StreamYard. I was like, these are like dad jokes. Alrighty. So we have been going for 5 hours and 30 minutes, and this is a 12-hour and 57-minute long stream. Not that y'all have to stay that long. I'm appreciative for any time that you're here for, but that means we're still not quite halfway through the stream yet, which I feel okay with because I really want to get more written than what I've gotten already.
Yes, I want to at least finish this arc that I need to write, because that's going to be the brunt of everything. When I did my initial brain dump draft, it was just, what if this happens? What if this happens? What if this happens? So I need to go through and either merge them all or figure out which one I want to do and actually write it out.
Yeah.
So I don't know how it's going to happen, but it does need to happen.
That feels like me. I do a brain dump when I'm brainstorming. I'm just like, okay, if they do this, this is what could happen. But if they do this, this is what could happen. And then I kind of just go through and read it. And I think by the time I start reading it through, I kind of come to an idea of what's going to happen from there.
Yeah.
So, and sometimes it ends up not being any of the things you think of.
Yeah. This is the exciting part for me because, well, for those of you who read The Witch's Crystal, which is the last book of the series, I am at that part where she's turning evil, like truly turning evil. She already started off as a spoiled brat, but
yeah, the villain arc you were talking about then earlier in the chat. Yeah, love that. I think that's exciting to be able to write something like that because it's different than writing the good guy arc.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, we have quite a few people watching, but I think everyone's given their updates. You guys ready to head into another sprint? And Nicole, are you still sticking around, or you need an outro? I just want to give you
I'm still sticking around. My husband's having really bad allergies, so he took a Benadryl. He's sleeping.
Okay. You just said he was sleeping, and I was like, I didn't know how much longer he might be sleeping for.
Oh yeah, he could probably go until 1. It's not good around here. Like, the flowers are very pretty, but it's not good for him. I'm lucky that on the West Coast where I'm at now, I don't have any. But when I was on the East Coast, I was exactly like him. Like, I could barely function.
We lived in Kentucky before we came here, and I kept getting bronchitis. And my doctor said, "Oh, this is coming from allergies." I'm like, "I don't have allergies. I've never had allergies." Oh, she says people come to Kentucky and get allergies.
Yeah.
That was me when we moved here from San Diego. I had bronchitis every year for the first 4 years we lived here and could not figure out why. And started doubling up on the allergy medicine in the spring and fall, and no more bronchitis.
Nice. Yeah, once I figured it out after a couple seasons, I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, took medicines and stuff. So to avoid that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we're going to get ready to do another hour on the clock. Find the right time. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you guys do?
I got 938 words for a total of 1,201 today.
Nice. So that's over your 1,200 word daily word goal.
Yep.
I only have 5.5 minutes left to edit, but it's taking like ages. I also got distracted by a video that I got notified for, which was 15 minutes. So I watched that as a break, and yeah, not doing too bad for a Saturday morning. It's still morning here, so yay, I have an excuse to say I'm not doing all that much. I'm doing a lot. I have to not play down my achievements, considering the week.
Yeah, you have made great progress, because I think one of the sprints you made it like through 4 minutes of editing. This time you got through quite a bit. So
yeah, this one they stopped with the revving of the cars, so I didn't have to stop too much.
Gotcha. So I was writing this next chapter, going along, doing really well, and it is covering a scene that happened in the first book that was published. And yeah, I came across an inconsistency that I was building into this book, and I was like, oh, it's something that is, I had set it up where the female protagonist would not know who the male protagonist was yet, but in this conversation in the other book, she knows him already because he's in a disguise. And I'm like, okay, great. So if she figures out his disguise before we get to this point in the book, why is she still traveling with him? Because they don't like each other. So I'm like, oh my gosh. So I was sitting here, I wrote down 4 different ideas. I have a 5th idea going ahead and got to written down how I can fix this. So, because I can't change the first book. So yeah. So I got 495 in brainstorming my ideas, 1512 altogether in words. So I will go check with the chat. If you guys, I forgot to talk about the new question I put up down below. If you want to answer, you don't have to. But what is something small that's gone unexpectedly right in your current project? That should say wrong for me. So, but yeah, we'll check in with the chat.
It's better to catch things than have people find it and then 1 or 2 star you. So
there was a small part of me that's like, I could go change it in the first book and then tell people, no, it wasn't like that. Not all along, it wasn't like that.
You could turn it into a game though and be like, hey, whoever finds like an inconsistency will let me know and I'll send you swag.
Yeah. I don't think I could actually do it though. Publish something. And if I was doing that, like just handing out like beta or alpha copies or something, be like, hey, find all the inconsistencies. I could probably do that, but to publish it with the inconsistency, knowing there's an inconsistency, I don't think my brain would not let me do it.
Yeah.
So, let's see. I'm trying to figure out where I left off. I know I marked it, but maybe I didn't. I think we left off here with Haley saying started a load of laundry, did some work research on colleges. I'm not sure what WPW is, but KDP support got back to me really quickly. So I think that was out with the, we were talking about covers earlier. No, that was the same thing. I cannot type today. I has words. I got mad distracted by Scammer Payback's latest video upload. I don't know who that is. Did you say that name earlier? Because there was something you said. I wasn't sure what you had mentioned, but.
Oh yeah, that was the video I got dinged, like notified on. He's like almost at 10 million subscribers. He is an expert in taking down scammers. And one of them, he helped an older woman get back $20,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I know I got an email yesterday from Dal L. Roberts saying that there was a Facebook page. They were masquerading as him. And so they were scamming people. And so he said on email, it's like, I am not at this Facebook address. This is my Facebook address. So if someone's trying to get something from you from this one, it's not me. So, which I don't think, you guys might not have been here yesterday. We were talking about, because all of my books except for one, they have been pirated and put up on a website for free. Yeah. So, and that kind of reminds me of that.
Yeah, Obsidian Murders was taken by the AI thing, but not my others. And I was like, okay, like it's just weird.
Oh, these are downloadable PDFs on the site. So, Hi, Mama Maggie. Do you want to do an intro?
Hello, lovelies. Mama Maggie Ward, independent author, stroke survivor, migraine overcomer, and yeah, hi. Evidently, also cake dropper.
Did anyone get a chance to eat that drop cake like any of your animals?
Oh, the dogs are so happy. The dog, because literally I had it, I tripped over Agent, the cake like went down, face down. Of course, it's like buttered toast. It's always going to land face down.
Mm-hmm.
And when I lifted the pan, it just went, and I was like,
I'm so sorry.
So I made another cake. I did not have another vanilla cake mix. I did have a chocolate one though. So I doubled up on the chocolate in the cake mix, crushed up some dark chocolate Oreos, stirred them in the batter, put it in the cake pan, and then the daughter texted the husband, "Tell mom I want cupcakes."
No.
So cupcakes require a completely different baking thing because I like to make the cupcakes that have the nice raised muffin top. So you have to cook them at 420 degrees for 9 to 10 minutes and then turn the temperature down to 350. So the center will continue to puff up, or they like overbake and get really dry and not good. So yeah. So we went from having vanilla with lemon Oreo cookies and cream cake to having chocolate with dark chocolate Oreo cookies and cream cupcakes.
Well, hopefully she's happy with them.
Yes.
So, since this topic came up yesterday, here's a great video titled "Ways Thieves Steal Your Book." The comment section is also interesting. And I started watching one of the other videos you gave me yesterday, handling book piracy. I didn't get all the way through it, but that was by Book Launchers. And I liked how she started. That's Julia Broad. And I like how she started where she was like, your stuff is only going to be pirated because people like your work. So first take that into account. If your work was terrible, they wouldn't pirate it. And she was like, so she says, try not to get mad or sad about it. It means that someone likes it. So I was like, it's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah, I've saved all of the videos that Jen shared, the two from yesterday and this one from today, onto my writing tips and tricks playlist on my channel.
I'm going to open this one up
so that they're easy to find. But it's, book thieving is, unfortunately, it is something that we face as indie authors. And yeah.
I guess the more books you have, the more they can pirate.
So. Yeah, I did a video on that 3 weeks ago, but just about the Facebook AI thing. Because there's really no rhyme or reason how many books they take, but, thanks, Facebook.
Yeah.
I didn't consent to that. But that video has a bunch of links on, how you can start protesting that if you want to. And, some places where you can, find out how, or find out if your books were, but just don't click into any of them, because a lot of them connected will have malware on it. So don't download stuff, or just don't click the links. But there are steps that you can take to try and get them down, but don't feel bad if you can't, because these sites are in other countries where they don't care about copyright laws, and there's no incentive for their government to take action at this point. Now, what's going to happen with Meta and with Facebook, because that's an American company? Well, maybe there's some hope, but I don't think anyone can guess what's going to happen, because Facebook/Meta is huge, so they have more power than us. But yeah, maybe if enough big authors get hit continually, I think that's probably how that's going to start. Yeah. So.
I read an article about the whole meta thing, and they were talking about the backlash and stuff. And the author, the blogger had this. I wish I had saved it and bookmarked it because I tried to go back and find it. I couldn't go back and find it. But the blogger had this opinion that, unfortunately, with the Facebook money, like a lot of small indie authors are like hoping the big authors go over it, but basically Facebook's just going to throw them a check, and the rest of us are just effed. And it's like, that's a pretty pessimistic view, but honestly, with everything going on, I think that she had the most honest opinion of what's going to happen with Meta.
Who?
And it's with the Meta AI training thing and all the books and stuff, because unfortunately, in our current existing economy and legal structure, the people who can write the zeros are the ones who are basically controlling everything for all the rest of us.
Yeah.
And it sucks.
Well, Jennifer says, won't be able to join you on screen today. After all, I'm not feeling well, and that's okay. I'd rather you take care of you. We have lots of people on screen, so we're good. Good. Hopping off for a quick screen break and be back for next chat. That might be now. Feel better soon to Jennifer from Devon. Thank you for the wonderful writing sessions. I need to go now. Hope to catch you in the next one. Thank you so much for stopping in. I'm glad you got some work in. I got lunch and did some posts. Hello, Dharma. I finished my deep line editing for chapter 1, a sapphic witchy paranormal thriller. I feel really good about it. Oh, I'm sure that's an amazing feeling. I really don't like editing, so I think when you start feeling good about your work after you've edited it, that's like a reward for doing the hard part. So I got some laundry done and researched more about 2 colleges I'm interested in. I think I'm going to switch over to rewriting notes for one of my dual enrollment classes while you're busy. Cake tragedy. Hey, back again. Hello, Weaver. Had some Easter eggs to deliver. Did it go well? A lot of pirating sites are overseas and will ignore takedown orders. Yeah, it's been now 12 days since I sent the takedown, the DCMA takedown request, and nothing has happened for it. So, also a lot of our scammers and may not even have your books. I did download one just to see what it was, and it was my book, and I recognize the formatting is what I've done specifically for my PDFs. So, like, it wasn't like an EPUB to PDF transfer. But I don't know about all of them. I just did the one. I was a little bit worried what Mama Maggie had said, because sometimes some of these come with like malware or viruses attached. So you can always go after the domestic server host. Yeah. And I did go after Namecheap. I sent them the notice about it, and they said that they were going to do an investigation, but that nothing has happened from it yet. BRB, someone is knocking. That's where Mama Maggie went. So what is something small? So has anything small gone expectedly right in your current projects, whatever they are? I mean, you could talk about your editing if you want. Nicole, whatever it is you're working on.
Oh, well, at least I'm almost done.
Yeah.
And I think I have 2 book reviews, but they're going to be short, and I'm just going to write out that stuff. So it's not going to be me taking up a huge amount of my energy, because if I write out notes, it's not going to be as energy draining as where if I don't write it up, I have to think of stuff and then somehow organize it in my mind and then speak at the same time. What? Okay. Yeah. I think that's just going to happen, and I'm going to be totally fine if these 2 book reviews turn out to be 10 minutes or less. Like, I think, I also like doing non-spoilerly reviews lately because I'm getting more, it makes sense, more views. So
what did you call it? Non-spoilerly?
Yeah.
What's
so
that
I don't do
non-spoiler. You're not doing spoilers. Sorry. I'm partially tone deaf, so I don't understand words all the way sometimes.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah. So I'm. The less spoilers, the shorter the book review. So
yeah, true.
But that's what they prefer. I'm giving the people what they want.
There you go.
I had I want to say a couple of weeks ago, a connection between The Witch's Sword, what I'm currently writing, a link to the wrap-up novella for the last book of the series. But I'm starting to think it might not be a novella.
Oh no.
But it's like, but there's still loose ends at the end of this book that I have to wrap up that I can't touch on in the earlier books. So it'll be a total
novella. Yeah, if it's under 40,000 words, then it's a novella. Are you pushing past 40,000?
I think it's going to go past 40,000.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it's feeling like right now. I'm just taking notes as I go along, because this happens, the novella happens, I want to say 20 years after this book, give or take. I'm still working out the timeline issues, but yeah.
You can always cut stuff back if needed. Because if it's 39,997, it still counts. Okay.
Right.
Mom, Maggie has
I'll take another novel in the Witch's Crystal world. Just saying. My small win for this week is I was able to get everything for my next, for the most complicated, I think the most complicated writing project I've ever done, organized. I was talking about it on yesterday's stream. I have this huge series that's time travel, that one of the subplots is time travel. And so I was able to get the time traveler events that run through the previous 12 books all tracked down and marked and put in the book in a way that will make a good, I guess, first 2/3 of the next book. And then I already have the end of that book written.
Nice.
Because originally I had started the Shadow Hunt like years ago before I did, and that's what led me to writing the Huntsman of Adamos quartet, because that's where Daisy goes when she times jumps. And so I now have the first 2/3 of the book, like the scenes set and the notes made and everything, and I did that yesterday. So now today I can actually start writing on it.
Yes.
So yeah, but I'm like yesterday I was on another stream after Shannon's stream ended, and I was like, why am I doing this to myself? Why I can just do this 1 century skip. I can just skip this century. And it was like, I don't know. The editor me is trying to talk me into doing it, and the muse me is like, yes, yeah. You know, it's basically Unicorn Kid. You know the Unicorn Kid memes where she's like, yeah. That's muse me going, we're gonna write.
Awesome. I'm glad you get to be in a writing. I want this question after this next sprint because I'm hoping that I get it right, because I just found something wrong in my consistency between the first book I wrote in the series and what I'm trying to do right now in the third book.
Oh no.
And I really liked where it was going in the third book, but I have to go back and either change something up or add something to make it all work. So I'm still trying to figure that out. But
that's the advantage of indie authors, is we can change something and 72 hours, it's fine.
I know. Oh, I thought about that. I did say that. I was like, I could just go back and change it in the first book and let everyone know, like, no, you really didn't. You didn't know that. It wasn't there. It was this instead.
What was the thing about the thing? Oh my goodness. It was like 2 years ago. We were joking about this, about writing a book and releasing the books with like 3 different subplots. So the endings were all different in different regions. So the fandoms could all fight over how the book was supposed to end.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, I had the weirdest thought the other day of writing an alternate ending as like, funsies, but I don't know if I should.
You could do it as like a newsletter thing.
That would be a great reader magnet.
Yeah.
Like
at the end of your book to get people like, hey, did you like this? Would you like to see an alternate that's like this instead, without giving it all away,
I wrote my own fan fiction.
I love it.
Yes, I do too. You could, you could say, I don't know which characters are in your alternate ending. You could do it from one of their point of views. They're the ones that wrote the alternate ending. So, like, I didn't like how that ended. This is actually how it's going to end. The character says.
I would have it from Amabel's point of view.
I was going to say Amabel, but I didn't know. Yeah.
Well, maybe it could be from the other side of the mirror. Like that Alice in Wonderland Through the Looking Glass kind of a thing of mirror Amabel, never cursed, all this stuff, and
that's exactly where I was going with it too.
There you go.
If she was never cursed.
Amabel.
I'll read it.
Weaver said piracy is creeping up due to Amazon rules changing too and people boycotting. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, Amazon is changing a few things. And sorry, the neighbor came to get a dozen eggs. This is Mom Maggie. All right, are we?
The coyotes got all of her chickens last week. She has a huge flock of like 25 chickens and like 4 turkeys, and in 2 days all of them vanished, and her spousal equivalent, bury him with a backhoe. Happy neighbors. She's lovely. I love her. But she came over and she's like, do you have any eggs? And I was like, yes, have a dozen eggs. But he came over to yell at me because he's saying my dogs came and got his birds. And I took him to my backyard, showed him my dog laying in the backyards with my chickens all around them, and my dogs are asleep. And it's like, I don't think my dogs got your chickens, because my dogs don't even notice chickens.
Chaos. So Devin said be right back barking. But yeah, chaos is the answer she's put up for this. What do working in publishing and parenting a toddler have in common?
Yelling at your characters to don't do that and spit that out.
Yeah,
because
chaos.
nothing moves faster than a toddler or a wayward main character when you say, "What are you doing?" and "Why are you quiet?"
Oh, that's a good one too.
This one actually, and I didn't make these up, I got these for sight. This actually had a cuss word. It said reading the D book over and over. So, but yeah.
That's why in my editing steps I tell people to change the voice reading the book to you to as different from your voice as you can find, because we become deaf to our own words after so many reiterations. And even if it's changed, our brain will not recognize the change.
Yeah. Why did the writer become a gardener?
All the story seeds.
It's close. Because they're really good at plot development.
I don't know about being good at plot development.
I mean, yes,
I'm
like that right now because of your time traveling stuff. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get ready for the next sprint. Does anyone need to leave out? Okay, we are on sprint. Which one? Is it number 6?
Yeah. Doesn't matter. We still have 5 hours and 59 minutes to go.
Yeah. Well, I have a different question for every sprint that we're going to do, or possibly every sprint that we could do. It's just, have you ever written a scene that felt like fate? What made it click? And we'll answer this when we come back. So, all right. Another hour on the clock. Anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, see you on the other side of 3, 2, 1, 60 minutes. Good luck. Last time, how did you guys do? Oh, we lost Mama Maggie. Oh, how'd you guys do?
I'm just 2 minutes away from finishing the edits finally, but I forgot to unload the dishwasher and then put dishes back in the dishwasher because it was kind of piling up. So that was like 15 minutes, but very important. And I got Olipop report as well.
Okay.
It's my treat.
I got some gummy bears.
I got 848 words, making 2,046 words for the day.
Are you still going? Are you going to write some more?
Actually, no, I need to work on my husband's Easter gift. So I'll be hopping off after the chat. And yeah, but I ended a chapter and I'm starting a new chapter.
Nice. Yeah. In 2,000 words, that's really great.
Yeah.
So you've surpassed your goal again.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Got another factor of 5, it's 1270. So, but I had like 4 or 5 ideas for how to fix this inconsistency in my book, and I didn't like any of them. So I was thinking of like a 6th one, didn't like it. So I thought, let me get up and just walk around for a while, and came across my husband. So I threw out my ideas to him, and talking to him, I came up with an idea that I thought this is going to work. So came back, did some brainstorming on that idea, and then started writing it. So yay. And actually I like it. I like how it turns out. So yeah.
That's good. Yeah, sometimes you just need to throw stuff out at people, and even like non-writers, because I do that with my husband sometimes, because he's a reader but he's not a writer. So I think it does help if you're really stuck.
Yeah, because I was like, none of these feel right to me because it just wouldn't work logically. Something about each thing that I thought of, there's something wrong with it. That why it wouldn't work. And I was like, I don't want to just shoehorn this in here because I have to. I need to come up with something. So neighbor's dog got out while he was mowing his yard. She's an old thing, so he was able to get her in. So I think that was at the beginning of the sprint. The pup is living the embodiment of freedom. Exactly. Chatting on Q's stream, and she just got a bomb review by someone who only read 2% that complained that it wasn't YA. When it says in the blurb the MC is in high school. Yeah. That's really weird how people do that. I have a review on one of my books. It's actually a good review. It's just not about my book. They even talk about like the main character in the review, and I'm like, this is not my book. I told Amazon a few times. I was like, this review doesn't work. I was like, and they won't get rid of it. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just keep it's a good, I mean, it has a good star rating. So I'm like, I guess I'll just keep the star rating. People will probably read it and be like, what are they talking about? Mad for her now. People are so weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a review on my book. It's a great review. It's a 5-star review, but they called it a shifter romance. And I'm like, it's not a shifter romance.
You think they probably have the wrong book too?
Probably.
I don't think there's any way they could think that it's a shifter romance. I don't know how they got confused with that.
Right.
Yeah, I've had some people say that my first historical fiction novel is young adult, and like, just because she's 17 does not mean that is young adult. There are like a lot of other things that go into it, but I think it's drilled in the reading zeitgeist that if it's a teenager, that means it's young adult. I'm like, nope. But it was a 5-star review, so it's fine. Just don't expect it's young adult.
Right. Gwen got laundry sorted and put away and found out my company can't make it after all. Oh, I'm sorry. And Lindsay had come in dyeing Easter eggs. Sounds like fun. I used to love doing that. Use the sprint to work on building a business plan. Useful, for sure. Green World, hello. Good afternoon. Happy Saturday. I cleaned my room a little, did more laundry, and started the notes. Lots of people doing laundry. Gwen did laundry. Haley did laundry. That is so fun, Lindsay. I also made plans with a friend to watch the Judy Garland musical, Easter Parade on Easter. I've never seen that before. Is it good? I'm assuming it's good if you're going to watch it. So, dang, sorry, Maggie. Yeah, no, it's Q. Q Cordy, I think Cordy is her channel name. It sounds like that's what happened to Cordy, to Q. I used to know her name, but it's been a minute since I've been over there.
It's
okay.
Stephanie Gillis.
I think it's Stephanie.
Yes. If I heard it.
Yeah, and one of her books is in SPIFFO 10 as a semi-finalist.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Rachel. Rachel is there's something with that. Rachel Stumbling Bear. It's RK Stumbling Bear is her channel name. She's a booktuber, and she does something with the SOFBBO or whatever. I don't know exactly all that she does, but finish line editing chapter 2, making everything tight and snappy. I've never seen Eastern Parade either. My friend is a musical aficionado and says it's a fun classic. Okay, you'll have to let us know how it goes for sure. I think musicals are sometimes work for me and sometimes don't. So yeah, I can't say that I'm like, yes, I like all musicals, because sometimes they do and sometimes they don't work. So have you ever written a scene that felt like fate, and what made it click? If you have an answer. If you don't have an answer, you can pass on it.
I'm sure I have, but it's like, oh, that's cool, and I don't mark it down because I write everything down.
Yeah, I don't really have anything. I don't really think that way. I don't know.
I bet you have something like this, Nicole, because you and I are kind of the same with the discovery intuitive writing. So, but you probably just don't don't remember a specific aspect. I only remember because it was my debut novel. And I went off script. It was the only novel that I did an outline for, which I found out I really just don't like doing outline. It was the most boring novel I ever wrote. And I went off of my outline. So I went off script in this one chapter. And it's where the main character Lily meets Hera, who's the Greek goddess, but she doesn't know. She knows her name is Hera, but she doesn't know this is the Greek goddess. And Hera gives her a coin and says, if you ever need me, just call for me. And I threw the coin in there. I was like, what am I doing with this thing? Is this just going to be Chekhov's Gov, and you got to do something with it, right? And I was like, but I didn't put it in my outline. And then, but there was one point in my outline, it was the dark soul of the night. And I was like, how is she going to get out of this? She needs to get back to the other world to save her sister. But now all the portals have closed because Samhain is done. And she had gotten there and she did what the leprechaun asked her to do to get her sister back. But then the leprechaun sent her away and didn't release her sister. So now she's like, how am I going to get back? And then I was like, oh, this coin, she can call for Hera. Hera can help her get back. And I didn't remember that until I got to that point. So it was like, it was fate for me to write that coin in there and go off script so that I could use it later for my dark soul of the night. And I did not plan it that way. It just happened to go that way. So yeah. Which you're an intuitive writer. You might have done something similar, put something into your writing and didn't even know that that's what it was for later.
Oh, yeah. If we're talking like that, then yes, that's like all the time.
Yes. All the time.
I just don't like, it's just not something I would probably even notice. Yeah. Someone would probably have to say, like, would have to ask me specific questions on something, and I might remember. Might is the key word.
Yeah, that's the same for me because that happens so often. I'm trying to remember the last time something happened like that in any of my books. Yeah, no, that would have to be a specific question. Like, how'd you come up with this idea? Oh, it's totally by accident.
You got enough time for one bad joke?
Yes.
Okay, let me see where I left off here. We did the gardener one. Okay. How can you achieve immortality? Make a writer mad.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
It's a good one.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of like something along the lines of becoming rich and famous, like Charles Dickens, and Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, we're gonna head into another sprint, but before we do, Devin, I think you said you needed to head on out. So if you want to do your outro, plug all the things.
And of course, the dog is barking as I get ready. All right, everyone. My name is Devin. You can find me anywhere on YouTube or Instagram, and my Kickstarter is still open for late pledges. I have a dog.
Cute. You lay down.
But all right. How long? When is your stream ending? I might be able to hop back on at the end.
Yeah, so it's 12 hours, 57 minutes. We started at 7 a.m. my time, so that would be almost 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. For you, 9 p.m., almost 9 p.m. your time.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
all right.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Bye.
So, got another question up. When one has a random detail you wrote turn into something important. So we can think about it over the sprint. So, get another one going. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we're going to get going on another hour-long, 60-minute sprint. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did everyone do?
I finally finished, so
yay! Did you upload it?
Yeah, it's 12 minutes and counting, which is actually good. I got it down to like 18 minutes of 25. There's a lot of nonsense in there, but that's why it took so long. I have been hesitating for like a week of editing it, and I think intuitively I knew it was going to be a mess because I was like, I don't want to. I see my mind was like, there's some nonsense in here. Usually it's not that bad. But now I am just creating a trope map for A Patriot's Brother on Canva. I'm going to schedule some stuff with that since the 30th is kind of around the corner.
When you said a trope map, is that like, I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but I'm thinking like the book that has like the arrows and stuff that goes to it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That is, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know. Never knew what that was called. So learned something new.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy on Canva Pro. I don't know about free version on Canva, but I know it's really easy on Canva Pro, and I've done so many of them that I can just churn them out really fast. So at least I have one skill set. Trope maps. Yeah. How about you?
Well, trope maps. No, just kidding. I have just the graphics for the arrows, and I use GIMP, which is poor man's version of Adobe. And so I've done that with both of my books for my Kickstarters, but that's the only time I've ever done it. But I finished brainstorming how to fix my inconsistency, and then drafted the rest of it, and then brainstorm some more to change some of it up, then drafted some more, and then I finished that chapter, and now I am into the next chapter, brainstorming. And so altogether was 1664 words between brainstorming and drafting. So I'm getting there. I don't know how many this will be. The most I've done in a day was 18,000 words, but that was it's all verbal, so it's like I'm not typing, and I can talk really fast, and all of this brainstorming and drafting, all of this is verbal. So I'm doing very little, like as I'm putting it in, I'm rereading it, then I might type a few words here and there to fix something or change something, but to start with, I'm verbally vomiting everything into the speech texture program, and then copy and pasting it, putting it into my Word document. So, but when I'm brainstorming and drafting, I have not gotten that high. That day that I got 18,000 words, that was all just drafting. So I had done all my brainstorming ahead of time. So I had all my brainstorming notes for each chapter that I was doing. And then, so I just went in and just looked at my notes and then did my drafting that day. So, but I didn't have that time to do it ahead of time this time. So I'm brainstorming, doing a chapter, brainstorming, doing a chapter. So,
that's so good though.
Yeah. I'm happy just because I haven't been able to write very much. So
yeah.
Let's see where I left off. I think it was here with Melissa talking about hadn't seen the Easter parade either. Yep, that was where we left off. And then Keiko came in. Hi, just made it from work. Welcome, Keiko. Hope all is well. J.R. Corral, hello. I wish I could do live writing sprints, but I don't sit down while I write. Might give people motion sickness. LOL. But then, yeah, you can turn off your webcam. I think most do. We have some faceless channels in the community who do writing sprints. Well, actually, I'm not a faceless channel necessarily, but my writing sprints I do during the week, I'm not on screen ever. So when I do like these special things like marathons or just extra stuff outside of my Monday through Thursday sprints, I come on screen. But otherwise, I don't appear on screen anymore. And that's just because I'm being too lazy to turn on the lights and set up the camera and brush up my hair a lot of times. So, so it's just easier. It's more low key. I don't feel like the pressure's on. So I can concentrate on what I need to do. But yeah, it's definitely something you do. I cannot rejoin the power internet or blinking on and off. No worries, Mom Maggie. I understand. I appreciate you being here. And Joanne asked, how are you doing? To Mom Maggie. Hi, everyone. How's this stream? How's the steam? How's the stream and writing going for you guys? It's good. I'm just happy to be writing and not like my mind being pulled in 2,000 different directions for other stuff I need to get done. Hello, Joanne from Green Road. Hi, how are you? Does anyone know if there will be sprints tomorrow? Hubby is working till 3, and I want to get some writing done before we go to my sister's. I am actually, I'm doing flash fiction on Chandra's channel in the morning. I don't know if she's got that schedule yet. I'll put it on my page. And then as soon as that's done, I'm coming back to do more sprints. Tomorrow is 420 minutes. It is April 20th, 420. So it goes along with that, which is also, known for other things. And then yeah. And Mama Maggie also told me that 420 is like the ideal temperature for baking stuff. So it goes for a lot of stuff. So all the numbers are meaning something. So I think mine starts at 11 a.m. Central. So that's 12 p.m. Eastern, and whatever that might change to in your time zone. I don't know what it would be. I'm not very good at doing the change. It took me forever to remember that Eastern was 1 hour ahead of me and not behind me. Yeah. Katie, hello. It's been a minute since I've seen you. I hope all is well. How's the writing? Haley says, I got the last load of laundry started and did some notes. Nice progress. I am so done from work, but at least we got free chocolate Easter bunnies from the boss. I love chocolate, so I've been happy with that. It's probably milk chocolate. Like as I get older, like I don't like milk chocolate as much. It feels like it tastes like it's too sweet now. So, alrighty. So the question was, one has a random detail you wrote turned into something important. I guess I could have kind of gone with what I talked about last time with the coin in my debut novel, but think I'm going to go with the fact that I found this inconsistency detail today. It turned out to be very important because I had to change a lot of the story of what I was going to do. Anything specific? You probably, I don't know if you've thought of anything, but a random detail.
Yeah, I can't think of anything because I'm boring. I don't have any like fun stuff this time.
Well, you're not right. You're on the writing headspace either right now. So
yeah, that's true. Probably if I was, I think if I haven't written, technically since the beginning of December. So yeah.
Wow.
I'm on a very long.
Yes. No wonder you're getting a lot of videos out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Katie said writing's going good here today to finish my next book. Woo-hoo. Well, hopefully we were able to get that done. Okay. I think I've got one more bad joke left. We're doing jokes today.
You have like less than 2 hours left. Is it supposed to be 12 hours? We're at 9:18.
Yeah, 12 hours, 57 minutes. So it's almost 13 hours.
Oh.
Yeah. 9:18. Yeah, we're almost there. I only got one joke left. I don't know if I should go find some more, or this will just be it for the bad jokes. What happens when the past, present, and future walk into a bar?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, and that's the last joke I have. I'll have to come up with something else tomorrow. Yesterday I had images that was showing on screen, and I was like, what is this? What do you think? I don't know if you were here yesterday, but
no. What was I doing? Oh, I was working. Yeah, because I'm on the Pacific time zone. I miss like 90% of people's everything. But whenever I try, I try to pop in at least.
Yeah.
But I don't want to. I pop in with like breaks and lunch.
Hey, we try to do what we can, but there's so much. Yeah. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Here's one of my favorite ones from yesterday. It's a picture puzzle. Some of y'all saw this yesterday, so don't ruin it for anybody else yet. Do you think you figured that one out?
It's like a penny and a
What's another name for penny?
coin.
Yeah, but more specific to penny.
Oh. A specific to penny.
Cent.
Oh, a cent. Centaur.
You're almost there. You got it. Just put it together.
Centaur. Oh, a centaur.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, my brain was working. That's amazing. I'm proud of him.
Yeah. That was my favorite one from yesterday.
Yeah, that was a good one.
So, yeah. So, alrighty. Are you still hanging out, or do you need to do outro?
Yeah, I think one more.
Okay.
I have the door closed, and then I have also windows open because we don't have AC in the house, so we gotta get breeze. And it's either my husband woke up and he's watching something, or there are people talking outside. I don't even know. I have to check it out. But yeah, he's still knocked out.
He's groggy.
Yeah. And it's probably like, even if he does wake up, he might have to like fully wake up because I don't want to bother him all groggy, and then like his eyes are gonna be puffy, and I'm like, I'm just gonna give you space. I feel so bad, but it's like it's 2:21.
Oh wow. Like it's like getting late in the day.
Yeah.
But you know,
like, he would text me and all that stuff because I said I was gonna live stream, and I was like, just text me, don't come in because you don't want to be on camera. It always makes sense, but I haven't heard a thing, so I'm like, that's not good.
Might still be out. When my husband takes medicine, it knocks him out for a long time.
Yeah.
So he's very, very sensitive to it. Alrighty. Well, we'll get another sprint in before. Yeah, we got how many more we got? I would say we at least have 2 or 3 more sprints, but we got one more in before Nicole leaves out. So for anyone who has to leave now or sometime before we finish, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started on the next sprint in 3, 2, 1. 60 minutes on the clock, and good luck. And that is time. How did you guys do? We have a definitely.
Well, I got my social media post done, and the video is finally uploaded and all that stuff. And then I was just putting around until there was a wasp that came in, and so my husband and I had to battle it because no to being, is it bit or stung? I don't want to, either way. I don't want to get so that was a mini adventure.
I was doing my counting. I added 226 words.
Wow. So is that over 2,000 words now, right? 2,200, 2,300? Yeah. Nice. I did all just brainstorming because I was like, I went one direction with this next chapter and I was like, no, I don't like that. So I went back to the drawing board. So just some brainstorming words was 1374. See how everyone's doing. Took a long break to eat, clean, etc. Now back to it. How's everyone doing? Doing good. I feel good with getting some writing in, even if it's not quite yet in the book. It's just draft or brainstorming words. What do you think makes the difference between a romantic connection feel organic between characters versus feeling forced and unrealistic? I mean, when it comes to writing, I think dialogue has a big part of this, to be honest. That'd be my thought. Only because I just finished reading a book that the dialogue was unrealistic and I felt like the chemistry was forced.
Dialogue and this book.
Yes. Emotions.
Yeah, also if you just play on kind of what you see in other people's books, but there's no originality, like you make it too formulaic, that's going to get me personally, because I can break down most genres because there are expectations and beats and all that stuff, but you can still have something original within a urban fantasy or a mystery. But if you're formulaic about it, I'm not gonna like that. That was one. I don't not like the book. Boys in the Valley, by page 53, I guessed the rest of the book because it's pretty formulaic. But that book is extremely popular for readers that aren't writers. So there's a difference between there's something very formulaic. It is to every single beat, and there's nothing really like new. But people like that. A lot of people like that. So that's also a thing.
I think there is a large population of readers who like the formula because they want to know what's going to happen. Like they feel better knowing what's going to happen. But I do find that boring to read myself. So
so that just kind of depends what your goals are. Because that's a really popular horror novel, but I guessed it and I didn't rate it, and I was like, I understand why people enjoy it, but me digging a little deeper as a writer and as a reader, I didn't really. I was like, I want to, go for the ride of a little bit of mystery. But there's a lot of comfort reading, and there's also a lot of comfort writing right now, and has been probably for quite a few years, just with everything going on. So I don't fault anyone for that. It's just, for me personally, and for some others, you need a little bit of spice in there. Not like Smexy time, but I'm saying spice as in
excitement and unpredictability.
Yeah.
Something that I found interesting, a tip when it comes to writing especially getting that connection going, is that usually like what we find in faults, like in someone else, like we might like pick that out, like in a romantic connection, possibly might like see a fault at first, like, okay, she's always so happy, that's getting on my nerves. But by the end of the connection coming through and then making that connection, and now they realize how that what they saw as a flaw is actually a strength and makes them feel better about what they're doing in their lives. So yeah, I always thought that was a cool tip. I don't always remember it, but I think it's a cool tip. Consider me the Q queen. Question queen. Would actually be cool to do a live video with authors, readers answering these Qs together on a live. Yeah. If you ever want to do it, let me know. I'd like to be there. I don't know if I have all the right answers, but I'll join a conversation. So that last sprint flew by. It did. I was like getting to the point where I was like, okay, I think I'm about ready to get back into writing this chapter over again, because the last time I wrote it did not go very well. And then I was like, oh, we have like less than a minute left. So I kind of just sat here and looked at the time until it ran out. So I got dinner and I'm finalizing my outline for my book 4 of my series. Now I'm reorganizing the chapters so it follows the new plan. Sounds good. All right. So I think that Nicole is going to be leaving out, right? Yeah. If you want to do your outro.
Yes, thank you. And apologies. Someone's revving up their truck.
I'm not hearing it.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what's up with trucks lately, but here we are. I'm Nicole Pierman, also Nicole Brona. Nicole Brona is where the open fantasy books lie, and Nicole Pierman is the poetry, historical fiction, and historical fantasy. And really, if you just type in Nicole Pierman, you'll find both names and books. And I'm also on YouTube as Nicole's Bookish Nook. And thank you for having me.
Yeah,
I stayed longer, but that was nice.
Yeah, no, you stayed a really long time. So
yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. It was great to have you on. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, we just got Haley just said, just got done eating dinner. I still have a lot of notes to do, and I now have 4 loads of laundry to put away. I have like 2 loads of laundry to put away that still haven't got put away for a week at least. It's just sitting there in my chair. But yeah, sounds like you got some stuff done. And I forgot to address the question. That's okay. How do you define success in your writing life right now? I can go first, or you can go.
Yeah, go ahead and go first. I'll have to think about it.
I think at this exact moment, and I think this can change, this can evolve depending where you're at in your writing journey. Right now, I'm defining success by the fact that I am writing. Just writing. So,
yep. The success looks different to everyone. For me, I feel like I'm successful. I'm double the amount of where I was when I first started writing. So nice. I have 2 books done, waiting for the 3rd to get done to publish together. People know me. I have newsletter subscribers more than I was stuck at, like, I don't know, 80, 90 newsletter subscribers for the first 3 years when I first started writing. So yeah, I feel like I'm successful right now.
I would say so. And you just had a successful Kickstarter. So yes.
Yes. Yeah, that too.
Yeah. It's nice to know that your ideas are validated, that there's an audience that actually wants to have your words. So,
yes. And people I don't know who want to know my words.
Yes.
Yes.
Big hugs. Oh, thank you, Nicole. It's so great to have her on. I was so surprised, like Mom Maggie was with me for a long time yesterday. Then Nicole was with me for a long time today. And I put it out there, but it wasn't like I did it like way ahead of time. I did it like the day before.
Yeah. Well, you had mentioned it in your sprints a while back.
Yeah, that was me trying to tell me, make sure you get the links out there. And I kept forgetting to get those links out there. Because I stay busy with everything else. And so I was like, I gotta do this. I gotta do this. I thought if I said it every day, I'd eventually get it out, at least hopefully before I started sprinting, which it was the day before. So, but yeah. So I'm just happy to have anyone here. But, I still would have been here regardless because I went to it.
Yeah.
I don't have any more questions or jokes, that are dumb jokes. Dumb writer jokes. Dad jokes. Dad writer jokes. There we go. We'll call it dad writer jokes. Dad writer jokes. DWJ.
There you go. Gotta love the acronyms. Military,
yep. Do you know, whenever I think of like something new for my books, like an organization or whatever, I'm always looking at what acronym would this make? So part of what I did for my brainstorming for this chapter was to brainstorm a little bit more about another order that I knew what I was going to bring into this book. It was first mentioned in the novella, my very first novella, which is the Order of the Winter Child. And so that's like the opposite, the Order of the Summer Child. But I hadn't really decided what that looked like because the Order of the Summer Child I knew was Fire Fae and Sun Fae mostly, with some other summer creatures. And but I thought, well, what the Order of the Winter Child, the Summer Fae have killed all of the Moon Fae, so there's no more Moon Fae. Well, there's 2, but there's no others. And most of the Water Fae are in hiding. So what makes up the Order of the Winter Child? And so I was like, I had to stop and actually start thinking about this. Like, I was like, because I have 4 different main dragons, and one of them considers themselves a fall dragon, because the winter dragon are the ice dragons, which is what this story is about. I was like, well, what if there's a fall dragon that is part of the order? That'd be kind of cool. So yeah, he's kind of actually a villain, sort of. He's in a position where he's antagonistic to the characters. And what he's doing, his very first thing that he does, I would think a lot of readers would hate him for it, but in his mind is justified because they're trying to stop the end of the world. So but we'll see. Are you frozen, or you just like, oh, okay. I was like,
I thought you froze. I was like, I was just waiting for it to go through.
Maybe it was me frozen, because I've been told before when I thought I wasn't frozen, I was moving, and everybody else says, no, you were frozen for me. And no, you're frozen for me. I was like, I guess I was the only one frozen then.
Gotta love it.
Yeah. Alrighty. We've got 2 hours and 20 minutes roughly left. Is that right? Yeah. So let's go ahead and we can get 2 more hours, 2 more 1 hour sprints. I don't know. Are you staying to the end or?
Yeah. Everyone's home now. So, and they're eating leftovers. I told them I'm not cooking today.
Gotcha. All right. So we'll do 2 more 1 hour sprints, which gives us about 20 minutes, and with all the time in between to get in everything. If we're going to end at, 2 hours. Yeah, that's right. Because 2 hours, it'd be 12:35, and 20 minutes would be 12:55. 12. Yeah. So we have like 20 minutes between now and the end to talk. So there's not a lot of time, actually. So let's go ahead and get the next one going. And
I'm going to try for 5,000 words.
Fingers crossed. On the right time. All right. For anyone leaving out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 1 hour on the clock, 60 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. This time, how did you do?
I forgot to tell you, I was going through my revamped family trees for the special editions, and I realized that one of the characters is named Calden.
Is it spelled the same way?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Such a minor character within the family, but I was like, hey, that looks familiar.
Is it an ice dragon? No.
Part of one of the Dragon Lord families. But I got 989 words, making 3,261 for the day.
You might get close to that 5,000.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I did a little bit more brainstorming, about another 300 and some words for brainstorming, and then start writing a chapter, and that was another 963 words, so it's 1286 altogether. That's what I wrote. So check in with the chat. Not a whole lot of chat, which is good. We'll be able to jump right into our next sprint, the last one of the evening, and then come back and have a few minutes to say goodbye. So Dale said, "P.S. You're awesome for hosting such a long sprint," and everyone who's been here has been awesome too. Like, because Devin's been with me most of the day, Nicole was with me most of the day, Mom Maggie was with me all day yesterday, and part of today. So hang in there, Shannon. I've left the stream on all day, but we're still here. We got one more sprint because we'll be going 12 hours and 57 minutes. So we're almost there. Hubby's home. I have to run an errand. See you tomorrow. Shelly, hello. Been lurking in the shadows. I got 250 words on that sprint. Nice. Getting the words in. All right. And just quick, what have you discovered today about your story or yourself as a writer?
I definitely like the drama.
Oh, yeah. I've realized that even though I've had a really great memory and I can keep a lot of things in my head when it comes to my stories, I'm glad I have a story Bible.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. So, alrighty, let's go ahead and get into our last sprint of the evening. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll see you on the other side in 3, 2, 1, and good luck.